Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Okay. Can
We're doing mic check.
mic check?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you mind if I swivel this? Do you mind if I swivel this?
Civil there.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Can you put it to where it faces the board? Because I want to see what marker it picks up well.
Probably purple.
It's probably gonna be purple. Yeah.
Can I use the other camera for the board?
What's the issue?
It doesn't.
Are those the new ones?
Yeah.
Those are the inch ones?
Yeah.
Aaron should have bought inch and a quarter as well.
There's an inch and a half.
Inch and a half? Okay, yes. Do inch and a half, and we'll cut down as needed. But yes. Okay, I'm just gonna real quick move this so I can see roughly.
No, that's not gonna work.
Why is it not gonna work?
It's gonna
Can you
hit
not
the,
move that camera?
hit this.
Okay, yeah, my bad. Did I mess anything up? I was just trying to.
Are you okay with me using the other camera to point at the board?
Yeah, I was just trying to. Sorry, I was just trying to see where the like the marker.
Okay, then it's just.
Oh.
It was yeah. I was literally. I just wanted to see the colors on the board, so that we could
can,
see
like,
that it's
grind
actually
down
clear
the
on the
edges.
camera. Because
Are they too wide of a head?
What? That's the right one. Is this one inch?
work fairly well.
Yeah. This is also 1 inch.
Purple's still probably the best.
Because it
bet.
doesn't need to be exactly 1 inch. So it's if we can bury
Cool.
these just.
We have we have a little bit of access to 461s if we need it. Thank you to them, super helpful. But
Adam, use purple.
whatever works
The
best.
other colors aren't showing up.
Yeah, we might have to. Well, nothing's showing up when it looks like that.
Here.
I just thought I'm gonna flick that light switch. Can you see it now?
Yeah, still use purple.
Well, it
Okay,
hasn't
we're gonna put it
changed,
up.
yeah.
Whichever one it is, it'll be up closer to.
The light hasn't
this.
turned off yet.
Oh, now you can't see anything.
I was gonna say light.
No, you can see the purple pretty well.
Oh,
Yeah, purple.
purple's the only good
Here,
one.
do we
All right.
wanna? I have red as well.
Red.
Oh, there's a
Ooh.
big bag. There's a big bag out there.
Where's the big bag?
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
Okay. Cool. I'm just erasing this because I'm gonna start drawing the.
Are we sure those are dry away?
Huh?
That blue doesn't look like it's very dry erase.
None of them
They're
go
just
off
dead
very
markers.
None of them are coming off. Yeah.
Here, I can.
It's
Thank
probably,
you.
It's probably
I
dead
have more
markers
somewhere in
than
that
a
backpack. I swear.
Okay. I'll let Daniel decide where he wants cameras and stuff to look. I'm saying it. I said it before. I said it. I'll say it again. This definitely isn't the last time. This is so cool as a way
It
to
is
mention
very cool.
sponsor or donors. To mention donors.
I didn't think
It just
was.
no. They're donors, Kaya.
Sponsor donors?
I'm gonna keep making this mistake, but donors.
Why did you say mighty?
I heard you. Say, I don't know. I heard you say sponsor donors.
Sponsor donors.
All right.
Any of these.
We're gonna go.
That was nice.
Oh, wow. Thank you. Do you know these work or are these what you just had at home?
No.
My markers are on the left.
Oh, okay. So
Nicely.
All of my markers are the school ones, but
I could dig a marker out of my bag and just throw it at you.
you might keep one.
Time is back there.
Are they doing the thing this year where all the competitions?
I need to wash my hands before you travel.
Hello back there.
Like you mean for like
Alex said, good teams use Baltic for their belly pan, but let me know, I can cut aluminum too.
What do you say? You said good teams use?
Yeah, he said, good teams use Baltic for their belly pan, but let me know, I can cut aluminum too.
I'm so intrigued. I'm intrigued to know what a good team that uses Baltic for their belly pan is. But
I mean, this is
Really?
because
Is
they're.
that
No, you did a metal belly pan.
What's
Oh, we
Baltic?
did polycarb.
So that's a rock.
okay, polycarb's also acceptable. I just think a
Like
wooden
a,
belly pan for season.
Wait,
Is
is Baltic just plywood?
Basic concept
It's
of
nicer wood, yes.
Yeah, like
It's just
for
nice
what we're doing,
plywood.
Baltic birch is
Perfectly fine.
fine, I feel
Yeah.
like.
We use
Except
left
for
hand.
we don't have the best conditions to store this stuff, and that's my biggest concern,
Yeah.
honestly. We're not gonna do a lot of things the right way, we're gonna do it the fast way. And so I don't want wood shavings and other things that are like gonna splinter or crack or whatever else, whereas aluminum bends and it's unfortunate and we bend it back.
Is this the
Yeah,
board
okay.
we're gonna be using?
Yeah.
Is that,
Alright, you know what, we have plenty of colors. That's enough.
Adam, do I have time to go and wash my hands?
Go for it, yeah, we have time.
I don't want the weapons.
I'll be back.
Did you even try my markers? That should be good.
Is that the one? Okay, that's the one you're aiming for the board.
No, I think on the swap.
Like these are the ones that work. I checked. So that's what I think
I
we can
think
do.
that is Ritz, but I think that's also Ritz. Cedric's not.
Okay. Just saying.
Where's my big bowl go?
How much of this can you
Fine.
see? Okay. Okay, we can see less on the right side. We're gonna flip this.
Recording's going on.
Sorry, say that
I'm
again?
gonna start recording.
Okay, cool. Well, hang on one quick second, unless you need to do a test. We're gonna have like a mic's muted, like real quick chat, just like within us, and then we'll hop into doing our stuff for reals.
Yeah.
Yeah, pizza should be here 11:45-ish.
I'm gonna eat a popcorn. I'm hungry. And I'm gonna go.
Those boxes.
I noticed.
Just so I posted the link for this in the capture server.
Are you in the new one or the old one?
I don't have access to the new one.
Okay, so you posted the old one, okay.
Yeah, because Jason just added asked me to do that.
Okay.
No, I just,
I told my mom to tell the rest of the team to do so.
Yeah.
How clear is all that? I would love if it was really clear.
I don't know, you're doing
Product
whatever,
placement
can
is
I
hard.
talk about Baby John?
Go for it, yeah.
Is
Do we
everybody
have
here?
a large, like?
Oh, that's the,
like,
not the link for the string, that's the link for
Floodlight?
the Chief Delphi.
Yeah,
I
but
have
Chief
one of my
Delphi has the
room,
stream.
but
I have this.
Sorry, I don't think we have one.
Cause like, if we just shine it straight.
I just did that 'cause
back,
that has
we
everything in
could
it.
potentially get it.
Honestly, I think that's really readable as is.
Okay.
If people disagree, let me know. But
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, is everybody here?
That might, yeah, I just did that because I knew that
Sorry,
I had
I'm back.
everything.
Okay, so, I made a little, like, I put in announcements, something about, basically, tomorrow night for dinner, we're doing Jimmy John's. And since we have like 15 people and we're not a huge catering party, we're just gonna like, literally everybody can have like what sandwich they want. We're not gonna do like a bunch of additions and removals, cause that might, you know, cause the order to get messed up. So if you want, like, I think they all come with lettuce, tomato, and mayo, so if you don't want that, just put plain. Like, yeah. But I sent like the menu for Jimmy John's, so just pick, you know, pick your number, put your number in there for the sandwich, and whether it's plain or not, and then what cookie you want, and what types of chips if you want any. So yeah, please do that soon, because I think we would like to know like what all we're ordering, for tomorrow, so that then we can pick it up tomorrow.
Adam,
Yep.
made it work.
Got it to work?
These ones do, yeah.
Nice. Full.
It's-
Does it spin?
It spins, yeah.
And it rotates? Good stuff.
Okay, I didn't Loctite this one just in case they didn't work and I had to blow that up.
Okay,
So
works fine.
probably do that.
Did you Loctite
and
the other
then-
stuff that's supposed to Loctite?
Yeah, everything else is Loctated, that should.
Okay. Are these because
Those
we
are extras because the
we use Neo
Falcons,
instead of Falcon?
Falcons have 2 there instead of,
Okay, yep.
sorry, 3 instead of just those 2.
Cool. Cool. Ideally, Daniel, if it's possible, yeah. I'd love to let
This is the
you guys
most
have
expensive-
faces.
Most expensive
Well, we
shit.
can't just be like
Hey, do you have your whiteboard, Aaron?
What are the like two guys up in the audience from the Muppets?
Where is it? Out in the shop, out there?
Where are their names? Like they
I'll
just heckle
grab it. Does it
everyone.
stand on its?
I don't,
No.
but I don't like being right up
I'm gonna try
at
something.
the front of the camera.
Okay. That's all
Well, I
I'm
moved back.
Wow. I mean, I might too.
I used.
There, I put the Jimmy John's menu like in the thread of my announcement, please.
Okay, so I was trying to.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
somehow I took the picture of the Jimmy John's menu, then I forgot to actually put it in there. So any sandwich with a number, just put the number,
As long as
and
it
if you want
works.
it plain, just put plain.
Upside down.
We decided that I was too generous.
Because I know if we don't do it now, we will forget about it later, and then I will have to bother people. Tommy, what Jimmy John's order?
No.
Wait, are we?
What? Just reply in the thread so I
Can
can
you
have
just
them
do
all
something
together.
Okay. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Oh,
7, 8.
Adam wants. Oh, is that it up there?
Okay, is everybody in here? I think so. It seems that way. Okay. We are locked in this room for the next long while. For the most part.
I know.
Yes.
Wait.
Cool. Yep. Huh?
Mic's on, mic's on.
Okay. Mic's off, pretty please, because we're gonna robot while we do that.
Like how old are we talking
How
about?
old is old? Is Stronghold old?
Prior to 2024. Something that we don't, you don't just say, hey, do you remember XYZ? And everybody goes, yeah, I remember that team. Okay.
Does it have to be a different team?
Fine. Huh?
Does it have to be a team we were on?
Yeah.
The lactate from rapid react.
Okay, yep, we'll get there. Okay. Cool. Daniel, you good?
Yeah.
Cool. Welcome everyone to Ri3D at Purdue. So we're super excited for what we're going to show you today. We've got our rough schedule over there on the board, but to just kind of go over what we're going to talk about, we're going to do a little bit of team building and a little bit of just kind of maybe preparation and guessing into different strategies, things that might be valuable to the game, things like that. And then once we actually watch kickoff, we're going to go to read the manual, check in on rules, and we're going to go into kind of deciding our rough strategy for the 3 days. So before we start anything, an activity I like to do is we're all going to make a circle. So, come on. Okay, so to give the real quick kind of background of this. Do you mind if I move? I'll just turn this one a little bit. Don't? Okay. Okay. Now, the goal of this circle, so this started from a moment I had during my senior year. Try and make a roughly circle shape.
It's an arm. It's good.
Yeah.
Kind of just lined up now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Open
could do
concept
that
circle.
and then have a couple people standing like here. This
I
is
think this is
I
better.
don't think the circle is crucial to the activity.
It's not super, it's just like,
Just gonna stand here.
be a family, people. Be a family.
like
Where I'm
comfy
standing
where
is
you
cut
can
off.
see everyone.
Actually,
Hard
be
to
like each
circle
other.
up with tables.
Kai, will you grab that mic?
No.
Cool. Okay, so now the origin of this is basically my senior year. I was on a team. We were doing pretty well. Wasn't necessarily our best, but like it was my first year on the team since I had switched. There was a little bit of silliness and things like that with our season things, but we made it far. We made it all the way to state finals. We recreated the exact same alliance we had at the previous event, which we won, down to the same. We ranked the same. We picked the same first bot. We picked the same second bot. Made it all the way to finals, 3 matches, whatever. And we go, first match, our auto messes up. We lose because we misplaced a single game piece and it cost us a link, which made us lose by 6 points instead of possibly winning by like 3. Our second match, we were a little flustered. Things weren't going great. And we accidentally drove too fast, hit our intake, which is like on our arm and our elevator, into the grid. Exploded the entire elevator to the point we ripped it out of the robot. It was basically unfixable. We had to rebuild everything for when we went to Worlds. It was atrocious. We obviously lost at that event. It was an event that we thought we did well in, that we were going to do well in. It was an event that we thought we were going to go far, that we had a good shot to win. All the odds kind of pointed in our favor, it seemed. And it didn't happen. And that hurt. So like that was our second year in a row, going very far, having a really good robot, making it to state finals, and then somebody breaks and we lose. But in that moment, we could choose to be upset, and it's this really heartbreaking thing. As a senior, it sucked to miss out on my last year. As anybody who had been on the team for more than a year, it sucked to do it a second time. But we got through it, because in that moment, while we were all upset, the head coach, who was our drive coach, shout out to Mundell, just kind of looks and he goes, it's all right, I got other things going good in life. I got to go rock climbing tomorrow. Like, it sounds silly, but it's like, having that other thing to ground and remind you there's more than robots is incredibly helpful. Because as I said, this event will be stressful. There's a lot of things that probably aren't going to go our way, and a lot of chaos and stress that's just going to add to the overall activity due to the chaotic environment we get to work in as, college kids doing a high school program in way less time than they get. So the point is, we're all going to go around, and we're going to say one thing going well in life, not related to robots. So you've got a date, or you got an awesome Christmas gift, or something else that's awesome that's like, if this all fails, the robot catches on fire and explodes. Oh, that sucks, but hey, I have this other thing that's going pretty good. So I'll start, and then we can just go around to whatever way people feel the most equipped. What?
That way. We're going
That way. We're going that way.
Too late.
All right. Okay, so start Christmas. I got a bunch of board games, so like even if this doesn't go well, I brought one, so it's sitting out there that we can play Monday night or whatever when we finish, or, you know, I'll go back, we got like another week till class, and so I just gotta vibe out and de-stress with board games before season.
So, I don't know how many of you guys know about my car. It's not a very good car, but I like it. So, okay, this is a whole like really long story that we could talk about for ages. But basically, I was doing some work on it in the parking garage where I probably shouldn't have. Let's not talk about that. But we were supposed to have it moved to McCutcheon. It's currently in Wood Street. We were supposed to move it, or else it'd get towed. And that did not happen because I wasn't able to finish my work on time. And so I left like in a panic, not knowing what happened to my car. So being able to come back a couple, like 2 days ago, going up there, seeing the car still there, just, it's like a big relief. I know it's still there. I can still keep working on it. And like as much as I talk bad about my car, I am still like really like seeing it every day. So that's something else I can look forward to, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to talk about except the small things, you know. Life's great. Speaking of Christmas gifts, I got these amazing socks with my dog on it.
Yo!
It's really great. I love them.
I got an electric drum kit recently.
All right, I'll be a little smarter. I'm sorry.
I got an electric drum kit. I just started doing music stuff, so I'm pretty excited about that. I'm gonna go home and just listen to music and play my drums. It's gonna be great.
I think that I've got a really great group of people in my life, and I'm really excited for the next week that I'm gonna meet with some of them. I'm gonna go back to my high school and do a alumni pep band game, which is gonna be fun. You know, hopefully get to hang out with friends of mine, and that's what I'm looking forward to.
Like, one thing I'm looking forward to is basically just being back at Purdue, because I've met, just in my first semester of being here, I've already met so many wonderful people who have helped improve my life. So just being able to be back here is enough for me.
Sorry. I'm excited that I thought I might be staying here, like just alone until school starts, but I'm gonna be. That's not. I'm gonna be going home then, so I'll get a few more days with my family before school, and then I'm gonna be excited to see everyone when school starts. So.
Hey, yeah, looking forward to doing this. I've been working on some like software projects, like recreating little like cloud services in here, and it's going pretty well. So, I don't know, excited to get back into the role of first programming as well.
My earliest class next semester is at 9:30, and my latest one starts at 2:30. So there's like no late or early classes.
Mad jealous.
I was gonna say, unfortunately, I'm not in the same boat there. I have 7:30s and 4:30s. Lovely schedule. But part of that is I get to start my first concert band here at Purdue next semester. I've been involved in the band's program for my entire time here, pretty much, but I haven't actually been in a concert band yet. So I'm excited to see how that goes.
Hi.
Hiya, I'm Kaya.
No. Let's see. I've been taking better care of my mental health recently, so like I have like a 3D printer and I've been collecting Pokemon cards, so just doing things I actually enjoy, like getting more into drawing and artistic stuff, and I've been getting to spend more time with Aaron lately, which is very nice. So yeah, just getting to spend time doing things I actually like to do for myself is really nice.
Well, so this I was in the marching band and robotics at my school. So and my little brother is a freshman, so I got to see him go through marching band this year, and actually finished one of the highest positions Castle's ever done in the country. And I'm excited to finally be able to see how he does following robotics like I did. So I'm looking forward to that a lot.
Nice. So, thank you. So, I'm sure that's a little embarrassing to some degree. I know not everybody's fun with cameras, but hopefully it gives us all something to like remember. So as we handle those problems, like, you know, we thought we had a tool and we didn't, or we find out we don't have wheels, or things like that as we go through the 3 days. You know, we're like, hey, I got dog socks. Or I got, you know, what else? I gotta go back to class, I gotta hang out with friends. I don't have to wake up early all semester. I need to talk with you, I need you to tell me how you did it, because I need to be able to do it. So stuff like that gives us something to remember that's going well, even in the chaos of FRC, and reminds us that as much as I would love to claim otherwise sometimes, because it's a lot of fun, there is more to life than just robots. Okay. Kickoff's at noon? Video's started?
Nobody's watching our stream. They're watching our
I figured.
I don't blame them.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Even we're not watching.
Where is there someone watching?
Pizza.
Pizza!
You know what I'm talking about? One per person. That is so. They have gone here on the street.
Is the mic
Huh?
It's almost.
We'll figure it out.
I'll go grab a bunch of it's out the back.
Okay.
Probably the best thing for you.
Okay, thank you.
What a deal!
Dinner.
There's 12 people, right?
I think so.
It's for 12 people.
You get everyone gets 10 12 pizza. And many places that is 10 12. Those are 12 pizzas that makes that really easy. If they're 8 cut, then we can do that.
I mean, I'll only eat cheese.
80 slices of pizza divided by
What is the bowl?
It's just that.
Oh, that's
the average cereal.
I thought it was
Frosted Mini
the same brand.
Yeah.
Oh, is that not cereal?
Can you, it is.
Oh, what is it? I don't need it.
It should be online. Can you mute the audio real quick?
Do you
Though?
want
'Cause we
it?
don't need it if we're just gonna watch that video.
Huh?
Huh? Let's go for it, yeah. We ran a little short on time. We're not gonna picture those cool robots in your head. Right? Yeah. So the whole point is like last year we started by like we looked at some really memorable robots like 330. Okay. Kind of what we were all thinking. They release a new game every single year, and for 2025, that's the one they released. And that's all I got to say about that. That's all I got to say about that. We took a real quick look before we do our deep dive into the game manual. That's what we're going to go into next, because we can't start brainstorming. We can't look into how to solve things when we don't know what we're trying to solve, what's the optimal strategy, what's the optimal strategy, what's best for our team and our resources, things like that. We notice there's an auto RP. That's a choice. We notice there's a lot of places to score and a reflected field. That is also a choice. We're going to have an interesting year. Let's see how that looks. Okay, so going into the main things. There's a lot of sections of the game manual. There is some stuff that's really important to us. There's a lot that isn't. The big things that are important to us is we have things like the field, how to score, the robot rules. Am I missing any sections? Anybody have another section they think is important? Okay, so we're going to divvy up into 3 teams. So the whole point of this is we're going to take a good, well, that feels like the game. Aaron, I hope you didn't value this board too much. Okay, so we're going to divvy up into 3 teams. We're going to go over the 3 individual sections, so that way we don't all spend time reading the 160-page game manual, which feels slightly bigger than average, but I don't know, somebody want to pull up Crescendo and find that page number? Until then, we're going to divvy up, so that way we can kind of relay the important information, and then we can go into brainstorming once we kind of have a general idea. So for 1, we're going to say the field. For 2, we're going to say scoring. And for 3, we're going to say robot.
Fouls. Look at fouls.
We'll add that in scoring. Things that adjust points or RP. Our goal list is people that are researching the field. What are the size of things? What is it made out of? What is, what do we have to do versus what are some things that we don't? So, for example, intaking, if the human player can put it on the floor, there's that option, or there's through their chute at whatever height, things like that. Scoring. What are the points? What are they worth in different areas? What are the RP? How do we get those? What are the fouls you can commit, and what are the penalty points for those fouls? Then last, we have the robot. What is the max height, the extension limit? Things like that changes kind of year to year, that are important things we need to keep in mind when we go to actually design our robot. So, as we go around, we're also going to kind of go around, I'll write names up here, and we'll get different sections for us all to work on. So, do you have the number of pages in that game manual?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay. Well, you worked in that. Simeon, you got a preferred section?
I can do field.
Cool.
I don't think you actually have to cross the field in this game.
I don't think so.
It looks like they have the same
153?
Yeah. It doesn't feel that much.
It doesn't feel that much. It feels so much bigger. But maybe it's not. All right. John, preference?
I'll go with field.
Field? Okay. Matthew? Field?
I'm interested to see how the field goes together this year, like for the volunteers that are setting up.
That's gonna.
Daniel? Got a preferred section to read up on? Okay, we'll come back. Rhett, what do you want to read?
I'll do the scoring.
Scoring?
Do something different.
Scoring as well, please.
I'll take scoring too.
Is the person that said 2 Kaya?
Yes.
I'm writing Aaron again. That's not going to be helpful. I think I spelled that right.
I need a volunteer for skates.
I feel like I should do a robot, so I guess it'll be right.
Okay, and it's like you don't have to know too well. It's just like we need to read the rules so we know what all of it is. Okay, Luke. Preferred section? Huh? Scoring, going over the penalties, the points that you can score, what the different sections mean. That? All right, we're going to have a lot of people focus on that, I guess. John, you fine doing robot with me and Deadpool, I guess? Because we need more people to do that. Okay, I don't know exact page numbers, but you're all plenty smart. Simeon, John, P, Matthew, go read about the field. The sizes, the things, how we interact with it, stuff like that.
They added a way for you to be actively aggressive with the dive cage.
I'm very intrigued. We'll talk about it when we have our big thing together. So, Brett, Aaron, Kaya, Tommy, and Luke, talk about, go figure out the scoring, the penalties, how it all correlates. Some of your penalties are a lot. Some year it's kind of unfortunate, but like, you should never intentionally get penalties, but sometimes it like decides games type of thing. Last, robot, Deadpool, John, and me. Read the robot rules. Max extension. Some things are obviously evergreen, weight, things like that. But figure out the weird robot rules that we don't necessarily have year to year stay the same. Okay, everybody got it? Everybody knows what they're doing? 1, 2, 3, break.
They got rid of regular fouls and tech fouls.
Yeah, they're major and minor fouls.
Can you turn off the mics?
every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, so this middle thing is called a barge.
And then
This
so
thing is called a reef?
Yes,
That's
a
the
reef. Is
reef.
the structure inside. The reef zone is the tape surrounding it.
Okay, so there's tape that goes around this.
Yes. It sticks out like a foot or so from it.
It can just be a circle.
Close enough.
So the inside thing is called the reef, and then,
That's the reef zone. Reef zone is the tape around it.
yep, and then the stuff around it is the reef zone.
And
It would
then
help if I can spell.
Is there like
on either side,
Because these loading stations have different things, right?
top on the top of your drawing there, to the right of the barge, you want your processor station, like directly to the right.
Like right here?
Yeah.
yeah, that's the blue one.
That's the blue processor station.
And where's the red one?
It's rotate it.
Here?
Basically.
Yeah.
It's yeah.
So it is radially symmetric, not radial.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't know, for some reason I like that.
And that's called a processor station?
Yes.
That means your
Yeah.
autons
Well,
is the same.
Well,
Yeah.
not for this because you can't cross the center line, but we'll get there.
Okay, what else we got?
On each side of the barge, there are the robot starting lines. So it's like just a little bit like away from.
They're like twice as far. They're like 2 foot from the middle line.
Yeah.
All right. We'll get into that later. I think let's get the main big thing so we know where game pieces go and come from, things like that. Okay, so that's a processor station.
And then you'll have you start with 3 algae in front of where the driver stations are. Like there's
On top.
What are algae?
yeah, the yoga balls.
Yoga balls. Okay.
There's one in front of every driver station.
And they're on top of the coral standing upright.
Yeah.
Do we need a demo of that? I didn't look. Did we start with game pieces from the robots?
I think yes, because that's how the kitbot scores auto.
That's right. So you can reload one coral, but not one algae.
I believe so, because all the algae you pick from the field.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So what? There's algae, and then what are the PVC things called?
PVCs are called coral.
Coral.
Oh yeah, that is right too. Algae will start in the reef because you're cleaning the reef of algae and putting
And there's
coral
also
onto it.
algae on the floor.
Okay. Okay. Do these do different things? Or are they both just the same loading station?
They're the same loading station. It's,
Okay.
It's literally they have 2 of them now because the loading stations are defendable this year.
Gotcha. And what are they
So,
called?
Coral station areas is what
Coral
they-
station.
Well, they didn't think too hard on that one.
No. Is that what it's literally called? Is it coral?
Yep, coral
And
station.
The area is the area around and behind it. Coral station.
Okay.
Area is outside zone.
For somebody looking at a map, does that vaguely look like a field?
Pretty close from the map I have in front of me.
Okay, so to recap, red mostly stays on one side, blue mostly stays on the other. Blue picks up from the corners and scores on this center reef zone. The red, same thing, the opposite 2 corners called coral stations score on their reef. In the center, there is a barge which we toss algae into or something like that. I'm sure we'll get there in a second.
It's on top of the barge.
Yep, on top of the barge.
The barge also hangs the
Anchors or something.
Cages.
Cages.
And anchors are what attaches the cages to the barge. Yeah.
That is a real point. So the cages are the rectangular bits that you hang off of.
Yeah.
The anchor from the top panel of the cage and then the chain going up from that is called the anchor. You're not allowed to grab onto that during endgame.
So you can't grab the thing that the chain hangs onto, but you can grab onto the chain and the cage.
You can't touch the
You
top
cannot
of the
touch the
Can't
chain.
touch the top.
Yes.
Oh, you
Yeah.
can't touch the chain. The chain is called an anchor.
Yes.
The chain and the top plate.
So
Okay.
So
I looked through this. So is this space good for?
they're just reminding
Go
you.
for it.
Okay.
They're,
So
they're reminding
we have
you of other
barge up
things
here.
that they've done.
No, this is a chain. Pretend it's a chain.
Okay.
This is your cage.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't matter what height. So this section, all of the chain, and this top plate here
It's called an anchor.
is called the anchor.
And you cannot touch the barge or the anchor.
You can't. Well, good luck touching the barge, but
There's no height limit.
There's no height.
Yes, there is.
Is there one? Did I miss it?
Yeah, there's a frame perimeter, and then you have a foot and a half. And
No, no, no. That's extension limit.
Yeah.
That's decided by a vertical plane, not a horizontal plane. I don't see a height limit.
So if you like,
No, there was no height limit.
There is no height
They want to make sure that you can pick and place your whole way through this game.
The
You go
lowest point
all the
of
way
the
up.
net
You go all the
is
way
6
up,
foot
drop
four.
the yoga ball.
So if you wanted to, if they don't put a rule saying you don't touch the barge, you
Guys,
could just
isn't that
have
a
a.
4-stage elevator.
We don't have an elevator.
Okay, I think that kind of covers.
Okay, as long as it says you cannot touch the barge, is what I'm saying. Because otherwise, it might be easier to avoid the chain and just put a really tall elevator on.
So does that make a little more sense?
Yes, now I can. Okay, so we have those, and you hang on those, and you get points. Okay. We all vaguely have the field. We're just gonna set this down here for now. So sad. Our friends in chat can't see it, but we can visualize. Okay. So, let's see what we're gonna write down. I'm glad I didn't put 1, 2, 3, 4 because 1, 2, 3, 4 doesn't exist for RP anymore. Okay. So let's start. My people that worked on scoring or points. Tell me what things are called, vaguely what they mean, and then point. What? Is there something else for the field?
I was just saying.
Oh, yeah.
Hi.
What are things called? And if you want to just read down the list or whatever, what are they called? What do they mean? And then how many points?
All right, I have my handy dandy whiteboard of lots of knowledge. So, starting in Auton, leaving the robot staging area gets you 3 points.
Okay. 3 points for leave.
Yes.
Okay.
On the reef, there are 4 levels of scoring position: L1, L2, L3, L4. Does that make sense?
4 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes.
Yep.
So in Auton, L1 and 2 are 1 point more than Teleop, which L1 is worth 2 points in Teleop, L2 is worth 3 points in Teleop, so it's 3 and 4 in Auto.
For 2 and 3?
For 1 and 2.
Okay, my bad. So L1 is 3, L2 is 4.
In Auto.
In Auto, yep.
L3 and 4 are 2 points more than in Teleop, so it'll be 6 points and 7 points.
Okay. What other things? Is there anything else you can do in Auto Ret?
You can also score the algae. Algae.
Okay. How do you score algae? What's it worth? What is as you call it, algae?
Algae. So it is scored into the processor for 6 points. It does not change in autonomous.
Okay, so we're gonna say this is scoring.
That's on the reef.
That is scoring coral.
Coral, yeah, that's coral scored on the reef.
On reef. So then there is algae. And algae is worth how many points?
6 points into the processor.
And what do they call that action? Like, what is it called in that?
Scoring in the process.
Is it really called Okay.
It's just processor, I think. Let me double check with.
I guess that makes sense. And that's worth.
Chart. Okay.
And that's 6 points?
Yeah, 6 points, and they just call it scored in processor.
Okay, and that is algae.
So then, also, if you really want to, which I'm not sure why, if a robot wants to put algae up into the net, which is what sits on top of the barge, it's 4 points.
Is it worth 4 in Teleop too?
Yes.
All right, we're just gonna leave that.
Algae points do not change from autonomous to Teleop.
Correct.
Okay. So
Quick correction, there is a height limit, 3 feet 6 inches.
3 feet 6 inches. 3 feet 6 inches?
3 feet is short.
No, that's starting. That's got to be starting.
Starting max height.
No, okay, so I don't care about starting when I do a 6-stage elevator and I'm 18 feet tall and can just climb the barge instead of the. You think I'm crazy? Yeah, I remember there are robots that just don't even have a drivetrain. There are options, people. We're gonna brainstorm.
Okay, so that was all in autonomous. So then once we get to Teleop.
Once we get to Teleop, what do we got, Rhett?
L1 is 2 points.
L1, L2, L3, L4. L1 is 2 points, or L1 is 2 points.
Yep, L2 is 3 points.
3.
L3 is 4 points.
4, 5.
And L4 is 5 points.
Okay. Processor.
Does not change, it's still 6 points.
Okay, still 6 points. What else is there?
Net is still 4 points as well.
What is the net? Is that the barge?
Net is what sits on top of the barge. So it's the thing that you throw. Why does 2018's field up on the, or
what do they call it?
They call it the net.
Okay.
It's like a little trough that sits on top of the barge that the human player or a robot can, if you want to, throw up into.
Whatever you're thinking the barge is probably the net.
Does it actually have a net?
My lake.
Okay.
This is a minor thing. It's like a thing that drives me a little crazy is every year for first, it feels like they either really hard go into theming or it's just like these are called cones and these are called cubes. And this year they're like, so yeah, this is the processor and the algae and the coral, and you put that in the net. Like, what's the net?
I mean,
it's the net.
It's a fishing net or a
Well, I thought we were cleaning the ocean. Like,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
throw it
know.
up into a net. Oh, whatever. So then
We're
that
netting up
is,
algae. Okay, and that's
I
4
believe,
points.
All of the points that you get in the teleop, they don't have an end game, but I broke it into an end game section as well.
What's the climb thing?
That's I'm getting to that. So, for the whole climb section, which is I believe the last 20 seconds of the match, somebody double check that.
That sounds right.
It sounds right though. 2 points if you're back underneath within the robot staging area. I believe is where you're allowed in that.
Do they give a name for
It's
it?
called the barge zone.
Barge zone is what they call it.
Which is just the rectangle under the barge.
It's the rectangle under the barge.
I can't with these names.
Still a park.
So yeah, 2 points for parking. If you're hooked onto a shallow chain or a shallow cage, excuse me, and you're off the ground, it is 6 points.
Okay, a shallow climb is 6 points.
Deep climb is 12 points.
It's 12 points. Okay.
And the deep hangs lower.
And the deep is short.
It's set like a couple inches off the ground.
Yep.
So and then the end game points are all counted 3 seconds after the match is ended.
Okay. I think that's fairly
Is it
standard.
or if a robot stops moving?
So-
Or is it literally just 3 seconds?
The net's on top of the barge. Under the barge, the barge attaches to the anchor, which attaches to the cage, which is above the barge zone.
Yes, which you put a robot on.
Above that, because I'm getting confused.
Yeah.
Wait, put a net over the barge because there's a net on top of the barge too.
Just do it like a hash.
The
Yes,
whole
the
structure
whole
over the
structure.
middle of the field is called the barge.
Yeah.
I thought it was like collectively the cages and everything is called.
We'll bring back up our handy picture.
No, but
The barge is the center column. Sorry, the barge zone is the center column, which happens to contain.
The net is on top of the
The net is on top of the barge, which is on top of the anchor, which is on top of the cage, and then the floor is the barge zone.
yes.
That sounds right.
I swear I'm not the person making this sound a little crazy.
Okay.
Maybe it is me, but
Do we want to go into the co-op points and ranking points as well?
oh yeah, there's co-op.
Yeah.
All right, what does co-op do?
So co-op is each alliance needs to put in 2 algae into the processor. That's it.
Okay, and does it give points or does it give? Is that
I
game
mean,
elements? Yo, let's go.
Okay. So you get.
Oh my god, that's so much heavier than I thought it was gonna be. All right,
Probably full of steel. Yeah.
I didn't know it was gonna. Oh, because you got the field under it. I thought that was just game elements.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess not.
So do you want to go ahead and debut that?
Huh?
Do you want to go ahead and debut it now, or do we want to finish scoring?
Let's just debut it now.
Here.
Oh, that's a ball. That's bigger than I was expecting.
That is a yoga ball.
It's 16-inch diameter.
Simeon, get this blown up for me, pretty please.
Okay.
Okay. We'll show game pieces in a few once we have that blown up.
Okay.
And so we'll finish our scoring
So,
thing.
Co-op.
Co-op is just an RP bonus, no points, right?
No extra points.
'Kay.
No extra points. You still get the points from scoring. though.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's 2 per alliance.
2 per alliance, and what is the bonus it gives?
Just a cooperation point.
So it gives you a cooperation point, which I'll get to when I get to ranking.
Okay, why don't we do the ranking points, and then we'll talk about how co-op affects it.
Cool.
Cool.
Okay. So starting in autonomous, because there's an autonomous ranking point. Yippee. So for the autonomous ranking point, all of the robots have to leave their robot starting zone, and 1 coral has to be scored.
Okay,
Literally
wait,
just
one
one.
Just
for
one.
Not even on L1. Just anywhere.
Just anywhere.
Is this not 2018 again, where all 3 had to leave the starting zone and they had to place 1 cube?
Pretty much.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that was the auto ranking point.
3 leave, 1 coral scored. Did I miss something?
I mean, it's going somewhere. Okay. Anyway, so
I gave the pump that we got.
okay, so for the
I have
there
an air compressor
is.
in my car.
So I'm trying to figure out how to word this. For what do they call it?
Nah, go for it, man. Give me a second RP.
So that was the auto RP. For the coral RP.
And that's 1 RP, correct?
Yes, 1 RP. For the coral RP, which is also 1 RP. You need to score 5 coral on each level.
Wait, so there's the coral, coral
So there's
RP.
Auto RP, This is coral RP now.
Okay, and this is 5 coral on every level?
On
or
every level.
amongst all the levels?
No. 5 on L1, 5 on L2, 5 on L3, 5 on L4.
They want 20 game pieces?
Yeah.
We're gonna get interesting.
24 possible. Or no. That's a lie, because there's 28. Because there's 2 per thing. 2 per side. 6 sides.
And that's 1 RP? So 5 coral on each level, 20 minimum.
So.
And that's for 1 RP.
This is where the co-op comes in. If you get the co-op bonus, you only need it on 3 of the levels.
Okay.
And it doesn't specify only like L1, L2, L3 or anything like that. It's just you drop whichever one you have the least on.
So then you'd only need 18. Right?
15.
15? Oh,
yes.
3 for each.
Yeah, so it'll still
Gotcha.
be
No,
5, 5, 5.
5.
So for 15 total pieces, yes.
Wait, it doesn't give you like, okay, wait. So, sorry, say one more. So it's not like links. It's like you got to drop one of the 4 sections for the requirement. Not you got to drop, okay.
So you still have to have 5 on 3 sections. It's just you don't have to have the entire thing filled out. Or not filled out, but with 5 on it.
They go by levels.
Yes.
Like,
'Kay.
literally, it's levels around the hexagon.
Yes.
And you get the co-op by both sides scoring 2 in the processor?
2 in the both sides each scoring 2.
Get by 2 in processor.
Now on to our 3rd ranking point. So, for the 3rd ranking point, this is the barge ranking point, you need to score 14 barge points.
Okay, this is the barge ranking point.
Yes. And the barge ranking points are the parking in the barge and being off the ground in either of the cages.
Okay, so this is your normal like climb RP.
Yes, it's your climb RP pretty much.
Okay, barge, and this is, sorry, how many, 14 points?
14 points, which, to make it easier to digest, that is 1 on a deep cage and 1 parked, or 2 on a shallow cage and 1 parked. To make it simpler-ish to understand.
And that's 1 RP.
And that's 1 RP.
That is surprisingly
Okay,
doable.
so now, match results RP, because this also changed from your normal for some reason as well.
Give it to me!
Winning is worth 3 ranking points now.
And a tie?
And a tie is
well, a tie is
worth
1.5 then, right? Because it's half.
No, it's just 1.
I know.
If you get the lucky tie, you don't even get 2. I would like for it to be 2 because that's funny, but nope.
So for a grand total, you can get 6 RP.
6 RP is now the new unicorn.
I feel though like it can't be a unicorn. A unicorn has always been, you got all 4 RP. We need a new mythical animal. Guys, I can't wait to Centaur.
I'm saying Pegasus.
No, Pegasus is 3 RP.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
We've been over that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Huh?
Alicorn.
Is that the
Pegasus with a horn.
That's why couldn't remember My Little Pony.
I thought it was like Pegacorn or something like that.
How do you Alicorn? Is it ALICORN?
Yes. Alicorn.
1L or 2L?
1.
Okay.
Pegacorn is technically usable, but Alicorn's better.
We're claiming this Alicorn 6
Alicorn
RP.
is 6 RP.
Alicorn is 6 RP. You heard it here first.
So wait.
Can we slap the trademark
Wait.
symbol on that?
Can we still call it a unicorn?
Pending.
Can we still call it a unicorn?
Yeah, unicorn are still 4 RP, but Alicorn, that's all 6.
So if you tie and all of the ranking points are earned, it's a unicorn.
It's a double unicorn. It's a herd. It's a herd of unicorns.
It's a herd of unicorns.
Dude, I can't wait to get herds of unicorns at like high level events.
Guys, get this on Reddit. We gotta make it spread.
I'm on it.
Chief, you're on it.
I want Alicorn on socials.
Go Chief.
Okay.
I got Chief.
I believe that is almost
Penalties.
everything.
Give me penalty values.
I don't have that written down.
I read into that.
Give it to me, Aaron.
I ran out of room on my whiteboard of knowledge.
My own thing.
Throw it on the chief thread. Hashtag Alicorn.
Hashtag Alicorn.
Give it to me, Aaron.
Okay, so do you want me to just go by like what I think is important, or
No,
Just
penalty points. Give me the
Just
values.
Point values.
Oh,
for
point
penalties.
values. A minor penalty.
They changed the name.
Yeah, which yeah.
Which is the equivalent of a foul last year, right?
Yes, of a regular foul.
Okay.
Is 2 points.
2 points.
Yes, that's a minor. Wait, is it a minor? Foul,
Yeah,
foul
okay.
Or minor penalty.
I didn't read that far.
Minor foul. Sorry, minor foul.
Minor
instead
foul,
of
okay.
Just foul.
How much is a, I guess, major, right?
Yes, major foul is 6 points, I believe.
6?
Just double. Yeah, 6 points.
Okay. Are yellows have a value?
Yellow is no
No
points.
value. Okay, he just gets that on
Red
a
is
major,
just
right?
however you think, and then same on, same on.
Okay.
I do not feel like this should be in the official build thread.
Hashtag alicorn. Toss it in there, Kaya. We're getting this started.
Throw it on every post from now on.
I'm throwing hashtag alicorn on every post. But I love us just going with this. This is gonna be fire. Okay.
Oh, that's almost done.
Last up, we don't necessarily have a section to write it down. We're just gonna keep it in mind as we do. Here, we'll do it over here. We'll do constraints.
Do I need to?
The best part is
keep
they
this?
don't give you like a PSI to go to.
Does it just say?
I'm sure it says in the.
At comp they're using a sizing gauge.
Yeah, it's 16.
I hate when they do that. It's the hardest way to measure.
I told you about. I said that too. I knew that there would be an inflation jig.
All right. Well, wait. We have a sizing gauge, surely. Is that the big heavy thing in the bottom of this box that I
Probably.
ignored?
Because it said that it would come with a gauge.
I don't know. Somebody find a sizing gauge.
That's a cage.
Is that a cage?
This is a cage.
Oh my God, that's a cage.
That's a cage.
This is so heavy.
That's a cage.
Where's it? Is this?
No wonder I was like, I picked it up. And
Kaya, is this all of it?
Wait, it's blue?
Is there? I wasn't sure. I didn't know exactly what we're getting.
Alex said he left it by our old robot, and that was the box that he left.
Fascinating. I thought. Okay.
I thought that
We'll
they
figure it
were
out.
purple.
Why would they be purple?
Because it's a red and blue mix.
No. One is for one side.
Kaya, you want to make one real quick double check? Because
Are we good?
Give me a second.
Just gonna go ahead and show it off.
we're gonna go ahead and show off, but
That's what we got.
There's red ones
Or I
and
think
blue
that's
ones.
what everyone got.
It's not a singular color.
From my view, I thought it was.
No, it's
from the
because
screen.
Endgame is only on your side. It's not like a.
Good thing
it's
they
not
gave
like a
So
deal
they did.
thing.
Is that the only package we
We
got?
actually have to weld.
2 field elements plus hardware, Kaya.
I think that's what everything.
Yeah.
So
This is 1 field element.
I'm calling that done. I'm tired.
Toss me a ball.
Go and take a look at the robot.
There's a good chance that's just what every team gets.
Dude, can we? Dude,
This
can
is
we
not
put
ending
all
well.
of that on Monday?
How are you dealing with this?
Huh?
Like just the deal and stuff.
We have the
I don't know.
perfect space on campus to play K.
We will figure it out once we break out of this. We got a few more things to go over. Okay.
Honestly, it looks like
What do you mean by constraints?
Huh?
What does constraints mean?
So for our people that were reading robot rules, what are some key things? For example, the minimum, or the maximum bumper gap is like what? Like 1.25 inches?
It's a quarter inch. Like basically no.
Is it just a 1/4 inch?
You need like a full bumper this time.
You need like a full bumper this time. Oh, there is more.
Yeah, it was sitting next to a section of reef.
The section of the wreath. There's a wreath out there?
Like one of the posts.
Oh,
I got you.
The purple thing, by the way.
I wasn't sure how big to expect.
All right. our
Okay,
purple
so
thing
you
is
pump
so
that up, and it's.
Almost.
Is it like
tired, dude. That hurt.
you should touch both sides but not the top? Is that the sizing guide the way this is supposed to work?
Dude, they don't tell you.
So okay, well even if you're tired,
Read it later.
finish that if you don't want to. Pretty please. Thank you. I want to show cool game elements, but I want to make sure we actually have them the right size. Okay, constraints. What else is there? What's like our max extension? What's our max height? Our max,
Max
out.
outward extension is 1.5 feet.
In all directions simultaneously.
Yes.
So it adds up or each individual? Okay.
You've got 1.5 feet radius from your bumpers.
Okay, is sorry. Say one more time. 1.6 1/4 1.5.
Yeah.
Okay, 18 inches.
Dang it. My code.
Go ahead, open it.
No.
Who else did? Who did?
Okay.
All right, I'll give this to you.
It's fine.
Gotcha. Okay. What's our height limit?
Starting configuration max is 3 feet 6 inches.
Okay, max start height.
Can we get a double check that it is truly infinite? For the
I did a
Somebody look up height limit or something. So the starting,
search and found nothing.
or sorry, the starting config is. Sorry, give me one quick second.
starting config is 3.6.
We're gonna have somebody using that like the.
Was that 40 inches? No, 42.
42.
Yep. I can math.
Like telescoping material people started using like for like the shrinking parts.
Okay, max height. Infinity is what I'm hearing.
I'm feeling you're gonna.
That's gonna get changed.
That's gonna get changed immediately.
It's not getting changed before Monday.
I mean, the reef's like 72 inches tall, so you gotta get up, like all the way up there anyway.
That's like almost double the max.
Okay. Is there any other big rules that we feel like we're missing that we need to talk about?
Only one defense bot at a time is a big one.
Yeah.
One bot on the opposite side of field.
And it becomes a major penalty if there's a second one.
I thought both bots could go, or all the bots could be on the other side of the field.
No,
No,
only one.
G412.
We're going to 2019 with defense. Only
Or no,
one
no,
on the
no,
other
it's not
side.
One defense bot.
Yeah, one defense.
That's
The
what we
bots
said,
can be
one
over
defense
there,
bot.
but they can't be touching the other robot.
Double check the rule. Somebody double check it.
G421 says only one defender at a time.
What's
a
up?
robot may not cross
Oh.
from its side of the field
To the other
and
side.
end on the opponent's side of the field, outside and beyond the barge zones if an alliance partner robot are completely across the barge zones. So you actually you can't even
touch-
go
No,
to
you
your
can't touch the robot that's on the other side of the robot, other side of the field.
no, you can't may not cross from its side of the field to an opponent's side of the field if there's another robot that's on the other side of the field. On the opponent's.
So don't one robot to the other side, more or less. It sounds like.
Yes, and that means that you also can't go to the
The processor.
processor.
If you have a defense bot, you can't process.
Because your processor's on their side and their processor's on your side.
Correct. So you have to either have a defense bot or go to the processor.
Or your defense bot is your processor bot.
Sure.
We're gonna get some quirky things. Okay.
Quadrant would go.
Another thing to mention, I think we've already mentioned it, is G419. Anchors are off limits, so you have to grab either the spokes or the bottom. I don't know if they have actual technical names. I don't think they do, but I'm not 100% sure.
But you have to grab the cage thing. You can't touch the chain. Is that what you're saying, right?
You can't touch the top of the chain.
Okay,
The
yeah.
Top of the cage. Top of the cage.
Okay, yep.
An opponent's cages are off limits in teleop, so you have to go through your side or try and squeeze through.
Okay.
That's G418. Additionally, in auto, you can't
Can
cross
you grab the piece of the reef? Can you grab the piece of the reef, pretty please?
the middle at all.
Pretty close to
Let's see here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no opponent cages in auto. You get a major foul if you contact the opponent's alliance cages in auto, so I think that's kind of redundant, but whatever.
Yeah.
And then G403, limited auto opponent interaction. In auto, a robot whose bumpers are completely across the barge zone, aka on the opposite side of the barge zone, so on the opponent's side, may not contact an opponent robot, either directly or transitively. If you do, it's a major foul, verbal warning, and yellow card if you do it multiple times in an event.
Gotcha. So there's a lot of avoiding contact.
A lot of avoiding contact and a lot of avoiding the barge zone even during tele before the climb period, even if there's not robots trying to climb.
Okay.
If you so much as touch one of their cages, you're in
I
trouble.
said little. It's not little.
That's not little at all.
It was. I thought it was only half of the package. No, it was all the way in the package.
I love these colors, if nothing else. Okay.
That's
Very
not as tall as I
vibrant.
thought it was.
This is 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, one is down here.
Sure.
2, 3.
Oh, it's on.
Oh, one is just under it?
One is the
it's
trough that's around.
because isn't this on like a platform?
Yes.
Okay,
So
so
it's gonna be up there.
so it's more like here, give or take.
Maybe a little.
Surely the platform.
We'll find measurements. Somebody's done.
I think the platform holds some of the.
I was gonna say, I think it sits a little into the.
Question:
the-
Can
the
we
roof
not
itself
have
is-
the wrong gauge field shown?
Yes.
Can we like actually?
Yeah, why don't you pull up the pull up the
have a
picture of the field?
diagram instead of the diagram that's behind Adam's knees?
All right. We're gonna set that down. Okay.
The reef itself is 5 feet, 5.5 inches tall, and the bottom lip of it, so like the part you drop into, is 1.5 foot from the carpet.
So this goes up to like 6.5 feet, right? Okay, so that goes up to like here, give or take.
What page is the?
Yeah, trough is
Okay.
It's like page 19.
19.
So, do you all feel like we vaguely understand this game?
Vaguely.
We understand. I'm not sure we know the terms and all
Do
that
the
stuff yet.
top-down one.
We know what we can. We know what we can score where,
There you go.
and we know how many points it's worth.
That's not. There's
Can you get? They usually do the isometric. Okay.
At least from my reading, it says you can. It seems like you can hold one of each game.
Yes, one of each game piece. Good call. Good call.
Do you want this view or do you want the?
Oh, actually, it's
If you can find the isometric one, I think it shows it a little better.
they were doing QA.
This one.
That might be-
Yes, I think that lets us see it a lot better.
Okay.
And it's labeled. Okay, you want to zoom in on that a little bit? Because yeah. Thank you.
The camera can't see that.
And then you just click this page off.
You can see the difference between the barge and the net.
Very slightly. Whoa. Okay. No, tied up.
It went up to page 18. Yeah.
Once we're done with this, can I record you
I get dinner delivered the same time tomorrow as we're doing dinner today, would that be fine?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, good. Go for it.
No,
That's
not what I
worse.
wanted.
Buddy, just click the 3 dots in the corner to close the page. Yeah, that's good enough.
There you go.
There we go. That's pretty big. I feel like we can all clearly see what it says, aside from chat. Pull up a picture elsewhere. Okay. So here's what we're saying. We're making sure we all got it clear. So the coral, which you grab from your side and the corners, you pick it up, you score it onto the poles of the reef. The algae, there is some in the reef, but there is also some in front of our driver stations. You put that into the processor. And then the human player can like toss it up to the barge. Wasn't there something about that? Human players.
Yes. So the human player will stand next to the process. Human player will stand next to the processing station, and then they, once it's processed, can throw it up into the net.
So it can be worth 11 points?
10 points.
10 points.
Oh, because that's 3 points?
It's 5 points and 6, or 4 points and 6 points. Processor is 6, net is 4.
Oh, okay, duh. Okay.
But the human player can't throw an auto, so it's only the robot can do 4 points, or they can put it into the processor for 6.
But if they put it in the processor, it's worth 6, and an additional 4 if they shoot it. So isn't it worth 10 if you give it to the human player first?
Yes, but the human player can't throw it in the autonomous period, but it's not worth any more points, so it doesn't matter.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can also store like 3 algae, so even if you put one in an auto and they can't throw it later.
Yeah,
3 segments of lights. One lights up each time, so yeah.
Okay.
So it's like aerial assist where you get more points if the human player touches it.
Sounds vaguely right. Okay.
Vaguely like that.
So, okay. Algae, you want out of the core or off of the reef, off the field, whatever. Either you toss it up into the barge, or the human player toss it, or you feed it into the processor, and the human player can toss it into the barge for more points. Only one robot on the opposite side. It's better to cross through your lane, because if you cross through the opponent's, you're very likely to get a penalty if you accidentally hit a cage, which are the big dangly things you're going to climb on. Processors are on the opposite side of the field, but they look pretty close. It's not like you're crossing long term, even if you cross. Does it sound like I'm missing anything scoring-wise? Climb RP, auto RP, score a bunch of pieces RP, win RP.
A big design thing that people should probably take into consideration is that the bot should be able to take a big hit from those swinging cages, because those things might go swinging and hit bots.
They good. That's a good point. And this is.
I was gonna say, do we need to get a
I
scale
don't.
to see how heavy those are, just
Yeah.
to inform somebody, because it's got some weight.
That's probably a good 20, 30 pounds. Like that's hefty. I'm just gonna gently just.
Like if you looked at basic
No, I'd say like 15.
I said gently, and I was kind of like, let's see what noise that makes.
Like if you look at most charged up bots, if that were to swing and hit a charged
No.
up bot, it would not survive.
That's my answer, Simeon. No. All right. Okay. So as we go into this, we're gonna go over to this chart. The whole point of this chart is before we start trying to make robots that do this game, we need to figure out what we want to aim for. In past years, it might be a little bit easier to do a little bit of everything, but with this year, with there being 4 levels to score and 2 game pieces and a climb and all this other stuff, especially with us only having 3 days, it's not a good idea for us to try and do it all. Same reason I don't know I would personally recommend a rookie to try and do it all, because there are so many different things to tackle here that if you overextend, you're going to kind of Icarus, fly too close to the sun, and fall short of your overall goals. So as we go through different scoring things, we're going to kind of plot them where we feel like it's reasonable. So we chart on like how feasible it is and then how much it's required. So for example, it's pretty easy. It's very required. We're going to put a drivetrain.
I think, or are we just are we all just like?
Yeah, throw out the different things that we can do.
I think that ground pickup of coral is very required and very feasible.
Okay. Now, with that in mind.
Not nearly as required technically.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could grab from the top of the coral station.
Uh-huh.
But still very feasible and very much so required.
Okay, I think that's pretty reasonable. I do also think they're a little lightweight, to be honest, holding one. They're also going to roll very easy. So if you try and pick it up and you spin it the wrong way, I don't know it's going to move. So where do we kind of feel like that goes?
I think
Picking up coral off the floor.
I think the fact that we can't do a split bumper makes it a little bit less feasible than originally thinking.
Yeah, I would put it basically just like a little bit diagonal from drive.
Like there?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have
Ground pickup.
Yeah, we're gonna put GP coral.
Graciously professional coral.
Yep.
I think the
Exactly.
thing is not a way to intake algae, but a way to control it on the ground.
Okay, so maybe we're just hurting algae.
Well, is it
Like
gonna
just
be
like
on the
something
ground?
that drops down and just covers it, and you drive around
Yeah.
with it.
Well, there
Yeah.
are 3 algae that start on the ground. You just
But-
have to knock them off the
But
thing.
there's 6 on the reef.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'd have to have.
Yeah.
But even if you can't get it off the reef, if it gets knocked down, or you grab the 3 that are in front of our driver's station, that's still points, and you're gonna be able to reach the co-op.
They can just run over to the opponent's algae, pick that up, and run away with it.
So it's not entirely
Or
potentially useful, but we could just put it on the lower end of the graph just to think about.
Exactly, yeah, because you're just trying to get it. If it's on the ground, you could score it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious, and this isn't something we can test. I'm kind of curious if you hit the reef really, really hard, if the algae falls. This is like 2019. They didn't expect people to just jump onto the first tab climb, but if you ran really, really fast, you could do it.
I mean,
That's
it's
what we
pretty,
did.
It's pretty deep onto the post.
Yeah, they're set pretty in there.
It's pretty
It doesn't
deep.
look like
That's 140 pounds hitting it at 18 feet a second.
Another way of
It
just
doesn't-
controlling, just like a flipper arm that flips up and smacks the algae.
It doesn't really matter because I would assume that judges are going to see that as improper play and probably penalize you.
Possibly, yeah. Good point. What do you got, John? John, you want to
Because you
grab
intentionally
grab the
can't
mic
do
behind you
something.
so that chat can hear you?
Here.
Thank you.
So the 2 pipes on each face are only a foot and an inch apart. So with the ball being 16 inches in diameter, I don't think there's a way it'll slip through any time. And it's because of the way they're angled, I don't think with a 35-degree angle, I don't think you're gonna be able to hit it and have that pop out.
Okay, gotcha. Are you talking about to put on the like knock it off of the reef? You mean?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, but we talked about ground control. So not even picking up, just hurting algae. How feasible? How necessary do we view it?
I think hurting is.
It should be
in that
very
middle.
It's very feasible. I don't
Very
know
feasible,
so much
not very
required.
required.
Okay,
I think middle ground is required.
so we think like
Far
should be pretty doable, but it's not super helpful. Is there a lip to the processor?
Yes, there's a 7-inch lip.
7-inch lip. So you do have to get it off the ground, because the thing is like this is a yoga ball. So like if I bounce it up against the wall, it's gonna bounce right back at me and bounce off the ground. So you're not gonna just knock it up a lip by pushing into it.
We can make a lip and test
I was
that.
gonna say
but
we can look into it a little further once we have a little more time to play with these. But
Mhm.
it sounds like it's not horribly difficult, but still a little difficult.
we can like
I-
stack 3 of the pizza boxes against the wall and see what happens.
That is a good point. But okay, I think it's feasible. I don't know that it's super helpful though, because you can't score it necessarily. So I think maybe it goes like there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
It scores points.
I think I have confirmation that there's no vertical extension limit. There's a comment in the Twitch stream that does say there's no vertical extension.
Yeah. Okay, and that's control algae.
Another one is like with algae, just being able to smack the algae out of the thing.
Okay, so just knock out. Is there any points for there's not any points for knocking it out though, is
No,
there?
but it lets somebody who has
And
like
it
a
opens up
pusher
the post
mechanism.
for scoring.
Okay, because these
You
block the
can't get
posts.
to the reef, any of the reef levels while there's a algae on there. That's part of the thing is that you have to remove the algae
Interesting.
because there's at least on level 2 and 3. Level 4 there aren't any on, but level 2 and 3 half of them are going to be blocked by algae.
Okay, so just sticking something up to kind of knock the algae out. How feasible? Like how feasible is to get the algae out of the reef?
It's like a flipper.
I was gonna say theoretically it's just a post that you could
Yeah,
have
piece
that
of
just
PVC
drops
slide
down.
to the top.
Okay,
And
so
that could also be part of your scoring mechanism for coral pieces as well.
it could be, except you got to make sure you don't catch yourself on those. Because from experience, the field doesn't move. The robot finds a way to move, and you usually don't get to pick which way it goes.
Yeah, but
Okay, so knocking down the algae.
Oh my gosh.
Extremely
Pretty-
feasible.
Oh my gosh. It's so
Are we sure it has value?
Probably at the same area as the ground control algae.
Okay, so we're thinking like somewhere up here.
No. Much lower down. Like
I
closer
think
to the
pretty
rim.
required.
Let's go like there.
Because you can't score unless you get algae off.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are we just talking about
Okay.
like, knocking it off?
Just
or are we
getting
talking
it
about
off.
Actually.
No, just knocking it off.
Okay.
Yeah, like being able to.
Not in a controlled fashion. Just
Okay,
just off.
so I remove algae.
Combining the ground control
The
and
issue is-
flipping off the
If you hit them too hard, they might stay bouncy and bounce out out and over the field perimeter.
Yes. And from the way it sounded, if you're, maybe that's the same rule and I just read it differently this time in previous years. It sounds like if you're putting multiple game objects out of the field because you're just knocking yoga balls loose or whatever, that might be disabled because you're being unsafe. Read it. There's something weird about disabling.
It just might be a word of warning to teams that are trying to implement something where it's just smacking the thing to look in to see how far they bounce and how high they bounce. So
Yeah.
something like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What else we got? John, go.
Should we loop in level 1 and level 2?
I would say level 1 because it's
Yeah.
90 degrees from every other post. I think level 1 becomes its own thing, and then level 2, 3, 4 become.
4 should be different than 2 and 3.
Yeah, because here's the thing: is 2 and 3 are very close. 4 is a lot taller, and now it's vertical.
Yeah.
And 1 is horizontal, so it's just a platform, from my understanding.
Yes,
I
but
think
you
it
could
has
actually
a
have to put it.
slight ramp down just to stop them from rolling back.
That's arguably helpful, though.
Yes, no, it's better, but
I mean, it's called a drop, so.
Okay. So level 1 coral, which is like a foot and a half off the ground. It sounds like.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Foot and a half.
Drop is 1.5 foot.
Foot and a half off the ground, taking a coral, which are the PVC pipes, putting it on. How feasible? How necessary? It's not a lot of points, but I think it's pretty easy.
It's easy. If you can't do any of the other ones, it is very necessary. If you can do some of the other ones, it's not as necessary.
Okay, so an area up here we're gonna we'll call it is like, we would normally call this, because if it's very feasible and it's pretty required, we would call these easy wins. It's stuff you gotta do, and it's very highly valued. I think that's one of those things that goes up there. It should kind of naturally come by doing other tasks, and it's just your basic scoring mechanism, because I arguably.
Also, it's the kitbot's able to do it.
Yeah.
Kitbot's able to, and it's also required for the ranking point for placing pieces.
Good point. It does help towards a ranking
There has
point.
to be- there has to be an L1 or an L2 filled out with 5 at least, even in the minimum state.
Okay, yeah, because you have to fill out at least 3 of the 4.
Yes.
Okay, so I think L1 goes up here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, probably should be, drive turn should be further right, but it is what it is.
Pretty required is being able to pick up from the human player.
Okay.
Wait, from the human player, not from the ground?
Because we saw how fast bots were able to go with this with Crescendo picking up from the human player instead of from the ground too.
Did we see that?
Did
I
we?
don't.
I didn't see that much of it.
There was one.
I thought we were,
Not
at the very least for us, we were way quicker. Like,
Do you mean charged up?
Because,
Yeah,
yeah,
charged up. I'm getting charged up.
Now I believe you. Okay.
I'm getting charged up.
I dare say this is arguably one of the easier human player pickups because it just rolls out versus like sliding out and trying to catch
Like
it.
you can just have a kitbot passive
'Cause
on your bot.
I was gonna say.
Do you have the like,
passive on it.
is this just like the bank tubes where it just kind of slides down?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it's
literally you
very
just sit there
similar
and catch
to the one from last year, except for they don't have the little dividers.
Okay.
It's just a ramp.
it's the exact
Okay, so this could load it easier, but it's slower than ground pickup, than a good ground intake.
I wouldn't say so.
I would argue every single time a fast ground intake is your fastest mechanism.
It might
It really is like.
I like if you have a consistent ground pickup, you can you see your bot coming, you drop a coral, and then they're in, they're out.
You don't have to wait.
That's
for the bots.
always going to be faster than having to wait for them to come to you, drop it in, and then leave.
The other thing is, since there's defense allowed on those intake zones, as it seems, if you reach out or you're going up against the edge of the wall and somebody hits you, that's a really free pin for them, or that's a chance where if your mechanism's not super sturdy, it's going to take a hit when somebody comes to block you in.
That and even just getting bounced a little bit, if your mechanism doesn't go out, up, and in, if they just bump you and you bounce into the wall and back out a little, that takes a lot of time getting relined up.
from
That's the
experience.
same worry I'm worried about ground pickup because it means your ground pickup pieces are just as easy to get by the opponent as
From-
for you.
Well, no, because they're not going to drop unless you're nearby.
Also,
Yeah.
also you can't take game pieces from the opponent's side.
Oh, you can? Okay.
The other thing from experience with charged up.
Pass the mic back. I don't know how well it is, but I don't think they can hear you super far.
From
super well.
experience from ground or from charged up, inevitably when you come speeding into the coral station at 1,000,000 miles an hour and you slam up against that coral station and then someone tries to put it in, if you're trying to I'm not gonna say do it simultaneously for the most speed, you very likely could end up bouncing the game piece not where you want it to be. So you have to take it from the middle, unless you have truly an intake that can take the whole width of it. I don't foresee that being as reliable as a good ground intake, especially because a good ground intake is going to be necessary for the 3 that start on the floor.
Okay. So people generally kind of agree ground intake is a little more valuable than...
I would put the Coral Station pickup as very feasible, but not very required. I would put it like...
I'd put it probably somewhere around the controlling algae area.
I would actually put it lower.
Or maybe even a
lower.
little lower.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys don't value... I think that's fair. I mean, if you don't value it, do people agree it's not very valuable?
Good ground pickup, you don't need.
Yeah. You definitely need one or the other, but
You need one or the other, but
But
I feel like
because-
ground is going to be...
Because ground
More
pickup
reliable.
coral is so highly required for us, I feel like the human pickup is way low.
That's on it goes there.
Only that's scaring me away with that.
Sure.
Good?
Over bumper is just what's scaring me away with that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's some debate on Chief right now. There's a thread for it of like the whole height thing.
I think
I think they'll put out something in team update.
they might put up
Starting
something, but...
configuration versus frame perimeter.
'Cause you-
horizontal versus
The issue is
vertical
that they
injection.
haven't said, and therefore we don't actually have physical confirmation.
Yep, and the problem is you can make a really bundled up stage elevator. What was it? 5010 had a 3-stage elevator in 2023, and that was to go a few feet out. That wasn't to go 6 feet up or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not beneficial. It's not beneficial, but if you give an opening, it might seem beneficial to some, I guess. Okay, so HP pickup. So picking up coral from the Coral Station. I can't with these names. Not super valuable, but it's very easy to do because
Let's also do
human variable.
I think this is a pretty unanimous thing. Algae into the net with a robot.
I think.
Bottom left. Bottom left.
Yup.
Can we put it on the wall?
Put it out the door.
So we agree. It's very, very hard. You have to make a precise shot. It's awkward.
You're literally losing points.
It's the only reason you have to shoot because your human player literally gets to stand and just go.
But you're also
Yeah.
making negative points because you're not putting it into the
Into the
Processor first.
You're losing points.
The only thing that I could think that would be slightly giving it a reason for even existing is you fill up the
Processor.
The processor, yeah, that's the word.
Well, you're allowed to put as many in there as you want, right?
No,
only
you
two.
can only hold 3.
Only 3. Only 3
Three
before they
like-
throw one.
three- Yeah, 3 before they take some out.
But that means they just go.
That's
yes,
only an
but
auto.
that only applies to in Auton where they can't just pick it up and throw it.
Which means that you would have to pick up.
You'd have to put 4. You'd have to be managing 4 algae in auto.
Which is not
for
going to
to
happen.
even think about needing that element, which is not.
Okay, later today we're taping at a field because I'm curious. I'm curious
I wanna
if
see what the shot looks like.
I do, but I also want to see the tallest person in the room. That is 6 feet, right? 6'6" up, something like that. Let's say 6'6".
I can
get this ball to about 6.5 feet. So if I stand on the edge of my processor and I go, can I get it up there?
I think we could.
We'll find out because this,
Take a look when we go.
because this is also like it bounces a fair bit, but I think it would stay in. It's meant to be thrown in, so it surely stays in.
It also looks like the net and barge are relatively deep.
I was gonna say.
The only issue
To just
with
roll
that-
it over the edge, yeah.
The only issue with that is that the net, it may not slope enough to actually like push it all the way into the center.
You're gonna-
So you might have to like you could push it and just barely get it the first time,
Mhm.
but then you would have to throw it the second and then the third and whatever.
Or you give it a little bit of spin while you're pushing it, so
Yeah,
it'll
you-
roll itself.
Sure.
Because the thing is, yeah, because if so, I would always place something before I have a human throw it. That's why in Rapid React, think a lot most autos, by the time you got to higher level, the human player's not taking the shot because a human misses that shot sometimes.
Yeah.
No human misplacing a gear in Steam works because you just put it on and it works.
The lowest point on the net is 6'4". I don't know what the.
I can reach 6'4", and I'm not tall.
The barge itself is
That's
like
6 inches taller than just me.
So you have to reach over the barge?
It is like
Because you'd have to get it up over the lip.
All right, but
the net.
but tall, like there's not this far distance. Tall human players are
I was
just.
gonna say you just get the tallest guy. You get like your Zach Eady or whatever, and just
You heard it here first. Zach Eady can just like
Zach
dunk.
Eady back at FRC.
Zach Eady's just gonna come and he's gonna dunk in the net for us.
Zach, come on, come take more classes.
Come back, come on, come on, just
3D team.
yeah. Okay.
Oh, one thing that might cause an issue with that, the processor area is only like a little square, so you can't walk right up to the edge. You can only go up to like the top corner.
Okay.
You can't go all the way beside it just to flip it over that lip.
Okay.
Okay, but that
So-
lip is, the barge is 4 feet wide. It looks smaller in that picture, but it's 4 feet wide and like 2 feet deep, which is a
Those are all
big
the same.
area to make a shot in.
Yeah.
Okay, so from the looks at it, we have covered our L1, our net, our park, or like our, whatever, just our drivetrain.
Yeah.
We have a few more things. Okay, we think L2 and L3 get bunched together. They're very close, same angle, stuff like that. Where do L2 and L3 go?
Highly required, not as feasible.
Yes, I'd agree.
I would argue it's more feasible than L1, but
Honestly,
I'd say slide it over and
that lifts up and
I want to put it like on top of the GP coral.
so what I thought is that's just pushing around coral with a little mechanism. That's very easy. Honestly, that should be further to the right, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's just like getting it to something that can place it. That's not very difficult.
I never saw that, no.
I think put it back where GP coral was.
Okay, yeah. So we have, oh no, L2,
L2, L3.
L3. Seem reasonable? Pretty required if you want to score a decent bit for your alliance, but also you got to get a little higher and you got to get a different angle.
And
What's up? Sorry, go ahead.
Go for it.
Big thing with that is now if you have a ground pickup coral and that if you have a ground pickup for coral and placing it on 2 and 3, you have to have a system that can rotate the coral to a different orientation.
Or you do an arm. Because an arm is just going to give you a different angle, and you can do some weird 4-bar stuff to get different angles when you move it.
Well, if you're picking it up, you're most likely going to be picking it up long ways, like rolling it into the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be moved like this now.
You have to
That's-
turn
Yeah.
it 90 degrees.
It has to be 90
in your
degrees.
robot.
That's not.
It's
doable.
Well, if you look how big the coral is, that takes a lot of room in the robot.
It is, except for your human player drops it face. We got to see how it looked from a human player station.
I don't.
Because I assume they can't just place it on the ground, but if they drop it down the hatch,
It looks like you have to drop it long ways.
but what way
You
does
can
it?
do both.
You don't have to, March. I
Yeah,
don't see
and I
anything.
think I don't see
It'll drop long ways.
You just gotta give
There's
it
a long way
little
shoot
force,
and
so it
a
doesn't
sideways
slide
shoot.
and
Okay.
it's all caught.
So there's a chute for each, so it'll kind of keep that orientation. Big thing is, how does it move when it hits the ground?
But you just test that right
Remember,
now.
because everybody thought, oh, you're gonna have to learn how to pick up sideways cones and charged up, and then people realized if you drop it really carefully, you can drop a cone straight up, and then people started picking up from the solo station or whatever that way. Okay, so we have our L2 and we have our L3 done. L4, it is the most highly valued thing based off of like placing other than the algae. Go for it, John. Sorry, hand first. You want to pass up? Pass up the mic.
Pass the mic.
So from a ranking point perspective, L4 isn't as important as long as you can score the algae, because if you can get the cooperation point, you don't need that if you can do L2 and L3.
Okay. So you don't value L4 as much, necessarily.
Depending on the situation, but I think, yeah, it's more
For what
important to
we're
have L2
going
and
for in
L3.
our 3 days.
Mm-hmm. Now, how about it? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So you think it's less required and it's less feasible?
Actually,
I think it's
it's
no, not even close. Because it's truly at a 90, you would have to get it up, put it down, and then lower and then go out. Instead of at an angle, I'm not gonna say you could go flat and then tip it, versus actually having to go straight up, put down. I say that would actually be in the left side of the center line, and actually right about where you put it. That's
Okay.
in my opinion. Maybe a little bit further up.
Depending on your dropping mechanism, all it depends on how high your elevator goes. Because if you have a system that lifts it up and just pushes that out on a conveyor belt down onto the post, if you get it high enough, if you do it but the same way, it should drop in gravity down onto the post.
That's fair.
So it should, depending on the way you do it, it should be just as easy at 3 and 4 with a different elevator.
Okay, gotcha. L4 go there?
I say it's easier than that. It just depends on your elevator.
It depends, but for what we have, we don't have an elevator.
Oh yeah, we don't.
Okay, really, really hard because we have to get 6 feet up with no elevator, and we have to extend up above the 3 feet or whatever.
Yeah, and it's not required for most typical ranking points,
Mhm.
and it's only 1 point more than an L3.
That's a good point. There's not a big scoring differentiation.
they're only each going up a level is only 1 more point,
Yeah.
except for an auto, L3 and L4 are 2-point separations.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, and 5 is
Okay.
the tally
Yeah,
points.
it's being really quick at doing a bunch. If you can do like 2 L1s in the same time it takes to do an L3,
Mhm.
just as good. You just run out of space quicker.
Arguably, yeah. Okay. So we got kind of 2 more things. We got our processor, and then we're going to go into our climbs. Processor is worth 6 points base, can be worth up to 10 points. It helps get the co-op ranking point, which means it's easier if you're not the best on the reef. There's only 6 of them though in the game, right? 3 on the ground and 3 in the, or 4 in the thing.
4 in the thing.
So at most, no matter how good you are with it, you can only get 7?
How'd you know? It looks like there's 6.
Yeah,
in
there's
each.
6 in the reef, 3 in the.
Oh, those are weird.
Are you allowed? I know you're not allowed to steal pieces from the human.
You're right,
player
'cause there's
station.
9.
Can
Yep.
you take the algae from on the ground from the opposite side
Mhm.
now?
So even if you're running a quick pattern, whatever, that is 9 half-field cycles to there, and then algae is done. So at most, you can get 9 game pieces with this. With that in mind, that's still 9 game pieces, which is a good bit of stuff. And yes, as Rhett said, if you toss it up and then, or if you put it in the processor and then toss it into the net from your human player, that's 90 points.
I say that.
Here
you go.
The issue with saying, oh, they're all going to fit in.
Yeah, here you go.
My only concern, which I haven't actually looked at the measurement for the net, is how many game pieces we can reasonably, how many algae we can reasonably fit inside the net before it just becomes unpractical to try and throw it up in there.
Of course, yeah. So even if we don't fully get all of the net from that, do we think getting it into the processor is very valuable?
Very valuable.
I
It's
think you're equivalent to an amp runner in this game.
You can easily fit all 9.
even more so. It's worth.
You have to get pretty good idea. Well,
You have to get at least 2 for the ARP or for the co-op.
Yes.
Okay, so we think it's very required. Think it's more required than L2, L3, or a little bit less?
I'd say
slight.
It's slightly less because you don't get an RP from it. That's my only thing with
But-
the algae is there's
but
no RP associated.
If you don't get the co-op, you physically have to be able to get 5 pieces on
That is
L4.
also true. It is
because you physically have to get 4 different layers.
Mhm.
So it feels pretty required,
It's
but it's also kind of tricky.
It can be
Because they're squishy, they're bouncy, they're lightweight.
The algae from the processor is scored by the opposing human player, right? So after the first 2 for the cooperation point, I don't think they're required to like toss it in for you.
They're not, but it's
they have
easier.
No, they're on the opposing team.
No, you just go to the other
No, they are.
No, you score on your own, but you both have to score at least 2 algae in the
No, I'm
net
watching
for
the video. It's
co-op.
scored by the opposing human alliance player. So after the first 2 for the cooperation point, they don't have to throw in to get you points.
I think it's.
Are you trying to say red tosses into blue's net?
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody double check that.
I think that if that's a thing, that's only for the cooperative.
see the video?
Yeah, yeah.
That's not.
That doesn't sound right for any.
For the blue robot, the red player tosses it in. That's why it's the
No, for
cooperation point.
cooperation is you scoring into the opponent's one.
Oh, it is?
No.
No,
I don't
they-
think so.
No cooperation has ever asked you to give your opponent
Well, no,
Yeah,
this one is
points.
this gives you points.
That doesn't
This
make any
gives you
sense.
points, but the opposing human player has to score it in.
There's no way they're about to ask you to score into your
I
opponent's
think
goal
that might
for
be a
co-op.
rendering issue or something like that.
I
then.
wonder
That
if it's
doesn't
saying
make
that the
sense.
blue's trying to help the red to get the cooperation. Like, there's.
Well,
there's
read the
no-
rules. Read what it says for co-op.
I've been
It says
trying.
at least 2 algae scored in each processor.
Yeah.
That's
the
it.
math
So,
is
yeah.
very unclear.
Doing each.
So it doesn't.
I think
Each,
it.
yeah.
And here it's
so-
specifically no.
Maybe it's literally just showing the blue ones the RP, so they're going over and doing something they're not.
No.
I guess
The subtitles say the opposing
you don't
human
have
player
to
has
score in your
it in.
opponent. Okay. No game has ever required you to score for your opponents. No game, I don't think,
That's
has even
why I'm really
encouraged you to
confused.
score in your opponent's
That's
goal.
why I'm really confused.
You've always been allowed to
Opposing-
score,
that's
but
not
there's only been a
right.
few years where it was actually viable to score for your opponents.
And that's
Huh?
why blue's human.
have there been?
Yeah, but you have to give it to red.
Have there been cooperation points before?
Yes.
Okay.
It's always just, if you do this specific thing, everybody benefits.
Give it to red.
But it's always like, it just happens through
I'm not sure
gameplay.
why they have that in the video because
Otherwise,
I-
okay, I
Oh,
mean,
wait,
this makes the
you're
scoring
wrong.
thing makes more sense, right?
The more
Because
you
you
put
have
in
to have the
the
ability to toss it into your own net after you get the 2 from your competition. After that, it's on you to throw it in as a robot, not as the human player.
Are you sure it's not worth points if it sits in the processor versus if it goes in the net?
Yeah,
Is
'cause
it?
why would they have? If you look at the diagram, they have 3 spots
No, no,
to
yeah.
put algae in the. Why would they have that if you can only put 2?
Huh? No.
You
There's-
have the ability
get
to
2.
store 3 algae at a time.
Is it?
Yeah.
So do you get points if it goes through the processor or if it stays in the processor zone?
If it goes through at all, you get 6 points. But you get an additional 4 points if it's in the net, right?
Yes.
But the opposing human player doesn't have to do that for you.
There's no way you're not scoring for your opponents. Like, there's no way you're scoring for your
No,
opponents.
here's the thing, but if you overload it, they have to throw
Do
it.
they?
Yeah, no,
Because you can only have 3.
Well, then the opposing human player isn't doing anything for you. Your human player is still on the side of your barge.
Yeah.
Your
I
human
think
player is.
it's just a weird thing they did in
so
the
they're not-
video.
The opposing human player
that
isn't
blue
scoring
bot
you
doing that
anything.
is very deceiving.
So isn't that?
Yeah,
they
only
can
one-
toss it
so
in,
yes.
They can
Yeah,
throw
so
it
you
for
can-
competition,
you
but they
can
can't
just-
throw it
you
for
can
just.
only have one robot over
So
there
throwing it
for
in,
you.
your human
Because if it's
player
re-entered to the
doesn't
field, I
take
imagine it unscores.
part.
No. Wait, no, I think.
That's what they've always said before. If a
For
game piece is
competition,
unscored, it's
you put it in
unscored.
your
No
opponent's
points.
thing, and then they can throw it in.
But
But for not cooperative, you put it
So-
into your own thing, and they can't throw it in.
It doesn't.
bring it back in here, Kaya. I think it was Kaya brought up a good point.
Okay, so
Yeah, go for it. Okay, say your good point, but say it into the microphone.
So, hi, microphone. So I think, what they were talking about was you can only have one robot on your opposing alliance's side at any time. I don't think you're scoring into your opponent's thing. I think this game is a little more like anti-defense than we're thinking, aka the robot on the opponent's side is the one scoring into your processor. So you have to have kind of a shorter robot to go either under the things or be durable enough to just smack into them. And then that's the robot scoring into your processor, which is on your barge's side, and then they throw into your net. So your human player is still in your color's processor zone, and then you just have to cross over underneath your barge area to play in that spot. So you're not really scoring. Yeah, you're not scoring for your opponent.
Yes.
You're just.
In the video, they show you scoring for the opponent, but that's just for the co-op.
Yeah, I think that's just like if you really wanted to get that co-op, like if you needed that co-op and were willing to sacrifice a couple points to the other team, I think that's just showing the cooperative spirit of first.
Yeah.
I don't think that you have to score for your opponent anyway, because you're on your net side.
Yeah. So they can't gatekeep
So-
the co-op like our game.
Correct. So the big thing I guess I'm kind of noticed is if you want to score the co-op, you have to pick up algae from your side of the field, run it to their side where only one of your robots is allowed to be, and put it in, and then pick up a second and score it up.
Yeah.
That means you are staying over here, completely ignoring them for them to score. You're not playing any defense. You're cooperating by both staying away from each other and like running mutually instead of defending one another.
Now, if you wanted to help cooperation-wise, then it's really easy to put a couple into theirs if like they're just struggling and you need the RP or something, because theirs is technically on your side.
Yeah.
Does this mean
So you don't have to cost
technically
anything.
force them to cooperate?
Yeah, you
with
can
you?
force.
No, because I have to put in. Ooh, you're right, because it just has to go to the.
It's just a
This
sensor.
is so
Like,
weird.
is there no button?
No, it
There's no button. It's just
So
two.
it just automatically
Yeah.
once it's done. So yeah, you can force them to cooperate with you.
We're gonna read this closer once we're done with this, but this sounds weird.
This seems
This whole
Yeah.
cooperation thing is being finicky.
Yeah.
Really made a game.
Either that, or I guess you could prevent cooperation by like defending your side or something. I don't know.
And because there's no zone in front of the processor, you could accidentally or intentionally guard the opponent's processor.
I think that's technically
getting
cutting
into
off a
foul
game
play.
element still.
No, you're allowed to
but-
cut off one.
Or
You just can't collude with your teammates to cut off stuff.
This is getting into foul play.
You can play defense on one area and
Yeah.
block them from it.
okay, interesting.
So you could just go
So I
and
don't
sit
see a
in
Yeah.
reason
the
why,
processor
because you're
Mhm.
fully
just
within
completely
your zone.
Yeah.
But
So we
the
can
big
come
thing with
back to
cooperation
that.
elements year to year is it naturally happens by trying to play a fairly optimal strategy, putting stuff into the amp or putting multiple links into your grid. I don't think there was one in 22. Stuff like that where like it naturally happens if you're both playing a clean game.
Yeah.
Okay, so earlier in the thing, once an algae passes through the processor, sorry.
Okay, I'm reading from the beginning of the manual. Once an algae passes through the processor, it rolls past a scoring sensor array and into the opponent's processor area.
What?
So the processor is yours, but the area it rolls into is the opponent's.
So they can get the top
So you
score
score
So
with
they
the
get to score
processor
for
on your
tossing.
side, but they can throw it up into the net.
for their own points.
So you
For
score
their
Yeah.
own
for
point.
yourself, but
So-
technically.
Oh, here, okay.
What?
You score 6 points and give them an
Yes.
opportunity to score 4 more points?
Yes.
Yeah.
So, this is Blue's processor. This is Red's processor zone. So you go and, say you're Blue, you go and put your algae into the processor, you get 6 points.
It then rolls out into here for red to then go and pick up and put into their net for 4 points.
Oh, so if you toss it in as a robot, you get net 4. If you put it into the processor, you could get net 2.
You get 2, and then you get 6, and can give them
Yeah, so you
a
could
chance
get
at 4.
6 or net 2.
We have catch-up mechanics now?
This is so weird.
Are you sure?
That makes sense.
Game.
That was so weirdly hidden.
Okay.
Like, you had to
Understanding
keep
it
that.
also that's weirder than what I
If you were to be a very fast process score, you can quickly
Oh, yeah.
overwhelm the.
You can only put 3 in though.
They can only have 3 at a time. That means
Then
that
they
the
can just
cost
start
is
trying
quick.
Then they just start chucking,
Yeah, I
yeah.
was gonna say.
You can't overwhelm one guy
But if they miss,
with one
then
robot.
You can pick it up off the ground and get another score.
No, you can't. If it goes back on the field, it's surely not able to be scored again.
It says later in the manual, human players can score algae in their net once it is passed to them via their opponent's processor.
And in the scoring bit, it says algae can be returned to the field by human player in the
AKA
processor zone. AKA it does return to the field.
So if you miss, it can go back on the
Yeah.
field.
So if you miss-
Go back out.
So overwhelm.
What is this game? Like, what is this game?
Overwhelm their processor.
So that's my understanding of it, at least. I should like.
We're gonna do a closer read later on, but we have catch-up mechanics in FRC now.
This is
Yeah.
Catch-up mechanic for GTA.
Okay, so now there's a reason to have a shooter.
Yes, now shooter
Because it's
is.
not
But yeah,
from scoring
because
here.
you can keep all the points
Okay,
for yourself.
let's knock out the rest of this. We got this. Okay, so I'm gonna say first of all, we're gonna get rid of net shot because that might need reevaluated. Let's knock these out. L4 we put down.
Let's reevaluate all of algae now.
Yep. Okay. Processor. Or where does scoring in the processor go? Now we know it sounds like a net 2 points. Helps to the co-op, which is nice, and it's only like a foot off the ground. You barely have to get the ball off the ground. Like 7 inches.
I'm gonna text Eric because he's always like our kind of rules lawyer for the team, and also he knows this stuff. So I'm gonna see if he knows.
Go for it. Phone a friend. But
Just for the competition, I still think you need it.
okay.
It's very
6
required.
points is 6
It
points.
could be a passive mechanism. It could just be something that.
Literally just a red.
Okay. Scoring processor is very feasible here.
There.
Right there.
Okay, processor. Okay, we have that done. We got to reevaluate the net shot. Now, the net shot means it doesn't help towards the co-op. Your opponent doesn't get 4 points. It means you get 4 points and they get 0 versus you get 6 and they get 4.
Potentially 4.
Or sorry, you get 7 or you get 6 and they potentially get 4.
This seems like a catapult shot rather than a flash shot.
It also, does it say that it has, or it does have to go through the process for that? Never mind, my bad. Nothing, I was thinking wrong. Okay, now where do we think the net shot goes? It's still a really big, awkward ball for not a whole lot of points, but nobody can stop you for the most part, except knock off your shot. Aaron, what do you think?
Because to.
And grab the mic.
Oh yeah. I know where it is. Oh, there we are. I think that while it was previously at the far bottom left corner, I think it's still way on the left side. Absolutely. That seems like a nightmare for a pick and place game to try and shoot a gigantic yoga ball. Goodness. However, I guess it's not as useless. I would still put it on the lower half, but not.
For the
not
sake
all
of
way.
our team, it got a little bit more useful, but still not very useful.
Yeah, it
For
got
us,
it.
yes.
Yes.
I don't think we are going to do it.
No.
We absolutely
We
not.
aren't. For other teams that have some more time to work on this and get a mechanism kind of perfected, I still don't think it's that worth it. If they have a lot of extra time and are really wanting to go for everything they can.
Yeah.
Again, there's no height extension. It could just be massive elevator. Not for us.
It could just be a massive elevator.
Massive elevator.
You just get the Zach Eady bot who just goes and dunks it in.
For us with no elevator, we have to shoot it. Okay.
I think it's a catapult shot
Now,
rather
before
than
we
flash
show these
shot.
off, oh my god, these are just so hefty. Okay.
Do you need a person to stand?
Oh,
Cage. That's where we're going, Aaron. Good job, buddy. Okay. Cage. We hold on to this and we climb. Somebody who's got the field stuff. What is the shallow versus the deep height?
Should we bring up
The shallow is 2 feet, 5 3/8 inch off the ground.
So 2.5 feet. So I'm going to say, give or take, what, like there? Does that feel like 2.5 feet?
It's also upside down.
I was gonna say you're holding it upside down.
It's upside down?
The hole's on the bottom.
Oh, so you have this nifty hole you can use.
Yeah.
Hey, the more you know. Okay, 2.5 feet, give or take, feel like there?
Here, wait, I have a tape measure.
Electromagnetic run.
Measure how tall that table is.
That's what somebody said.
Grab one of these tables just so it's like, how much is that?
It is 1 inch shorter than the height that it is.
It's fine.
It's 20. That's 29. It's supposed to be 30.
Well, my point is, give me a table then.
All the tables are
Eric is saying, sorry, he's answering me about the rules
The
right
pizza
now.
table is a little taller.
You're getting the reef scoring pipe, the cage, and 2 beach game piece, and a ball pump. That's the stuff that I will eventually need back to. And a rig for the ball sizing. You need a pipe and the nuts on the jigs because we didn't have the tools yesterday.
Cool.
Okay, yes, you put it in. So you put the ball in, or sorry, the algae.
Mike.
Mike?
Mike. Oh, that's.
Okay.
For those at home.
So you put the
Daniel, can they see this at all on stream?
It's
Barely? All right, well, here. This is give or take the height of the shallow climb.
Yeah.
No, yeah, shallow.
From shallow.
Okay, this is roughly it next to, okay. That's how high we have to get off the ground. Now keep in mind, the lower this is, because this is there the whole match. So if you do it shallow, you got more room to go under, versus if you do deep, you have to go around.
Pretty much.
And with deep, it's not that far off the ground.
Mhm.
You're not allowed to touch the top of the cage.
How
So you
far
have to
off the
grab
ground?
onto the side of the cage, lift yourself up,
Yeah.
and not be touching the ground at the end.
Now,
It seems like an elevator climb.
yes. Now, for this height, it feels like we can do a fairly standard climb.
It seems like it's an elevator style climb rather than like a climb in
Yes.
a box type of climb.
Well, why would it be an elevator instead of a climber in a box?
Just because you have to, like, the climber in a box is more for horizontal beams, whereas this you have to actually grip onto something and.
But I hear you, but I also hear an argument.
You would also
Essentially.
No, I'm thinking.
the climbers we have, you have to have this.
Well, for the high or for the shallow, yes. For
I
the-
say like the way.
Well, so I guess so. My thought is right. You get one. You each kind of get your own sort of. So my thought is, if you do a climber with just a hook, there's a hole here it naturally hooks into. Or if you did some weird kind of thing up through the
That means it
center,
has to be in the very center of your robot, pretty much to keep you up.
it does have to be. Or you just have to make it winch very, very low. It's possible. Because the thing is this is our robot is. I think the chassis we're making is what, like 2 by 3 feet. If you put this on the long side, you have to get 2 feet off the ground, and this is 2 feet 6 inches. That gives you 6 inches of wiggle room.
Electromagnetic.
Huh?
Electromagnetic.
I said this is 2'6" off the ground. Our chassis is give or take like 2 by 3 feet. So that means that if you put this and you winch it down very low on your chassis because you do a multi-stage climber in a box, you are now what? You got to get 2 feet off the ground, give or take, which means you got a 6 or 7 inch climber, which I think is doable. It's iffy.
You have to think about bumpers too, though. Like just. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and bumpers, correct. So you lose like another inch or two.
Because that thing's it's gonna work too.
Yeah, it's only held on by a chain.
Yeah.
Is it? But so then it goes like this.
So
Yes,
yeah, it'll
and it's
move
gonna
cause
however
the
it
thing to
wants
tip.
to.
Yeah. Here's the other thing. I don't know if you're allowed to use these. There's these 4 large holes, which gives you an extra, however tall this
That'd be
is.
touching the top, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, because there's the plate on top.
But you can't touch.
Okay, there's a plate on top. My bad.
You
Okay.
can probably grab from the bottom side into the holes if you really wanted to.
If you
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this in mind, climbing on the shallow, vaguely this height, it is worth 6 points. We need a total of 14 for the RP. How do we value this?
I think you need to be able to. Just
Climb shallow.
You need to be able to climb something, yeah.
Climb shallow should be standard. Yeah.
But it's still very difficult.
It'll be similar to like getting on the chain last year.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last
So
year
it feels
was
pretty
much
required.
easier than this.
How does it feel feasibility-wise?
I'd say required is probably one up with drivetrain.
Not that high, but
Not that high. I'd say.
I think it's equal to the processor.
I'd say
A little bit higher.
a little
than
higher.
processor.
I'd say like 3/4 of the way up.
Because it just. Oh wait.
Yeah, right there in that big empty zone.
Yeah.
And that.
Do people agree with this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shallow. Okay, now how high is deep off the ground?
3.5 inches.
I'm
Deep is
just-
one lower.
Huh?
Impossible.
I knew deep was lower. Okay. So deep is like,
That.
Not quite that bad, but yes.
I'm just not even gonna try it. So 3 inches off the ground is legitimately like,
It's Adam. It's this much.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm like, it's
That goes over your bumpers and pushes you.
essentially, it's enough that it still rocks.
That's pretty solid distance.
Can somebody else find the distance between these, between the cages?
Adam, I
Yeah,
have.
that's why you have to go over
What's
your
up, Kaya?
I do have confirmation for like the scoring mechanic there. You do put it in yours on your side, and then it gives them a chance to score in the net.
So we have catch-up mechanics in FRC.
Yes, I got confirmation from Eric.
It's a game of all time, boys. It's a game of all time.
I think we should move the net shot up to like maybe the same level as the processor.
Yeah, we need
Do you think the net shot goes all the way up to here?
It's a guaranteed 4 points for you, whereas if you score in the processor, you guarantee 6 points, but the other team can maybe score 4.
But you also aren't getting the RP because it's not going through the processor.
It doesn't work towards the RP. It should be a faster thing to do because you don't have to cross the other side of the field. I could see it going up. I don't think it needs to go all the way up here. Here feel more reasonable? I don't. You have to put in the processor.
But isn't your processor on your side of the field?
No.
No. Okay.
That's why you give up your defense bot for it.
It is.
No, it is.
Is it on your side of the field?
Yeah.
We could get
Yeah.
less of the tape outside of the processor. Is
Yes.
not the count.
Yeah, you score on your side,
There
and
is
then
no
they
crossing
get to. Yeah, there
Wait,
is no
how?
crossing.
How? It's on opposite sides of the field.
No,
tape-
you
the
you
tape
score on
the
your
outside.
side, but the opposite human player is there to launch it into the net.
No, see, look, here's red tape, which means that's blue score.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
blue scores into the processor,
And a red
and then
person stands in tape.
and a red human player stands
so you
there,
actually don't
scores
cross
into their
the
net.
field.
You have
Yeah.
to cross
Hey,
the field.
it's not a split field. It's a heavily encouraged not to split field.
It's a soft split field.
Hashtag soft split field. Hashtag alicorn.
Answering your question earlier, the cages are about 3.5 feet apart.
3.5 feet. Okay, never mind. You can drive between those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
You have to
Still,
be careful,
still,
but
I
there
say
is
building.
decent distance.
I still say building a robot that can take a hit from one of those swinging. It's
Yeah.
probably.
Well, you gotta be able to take any hit, yeah.
And
But
potentially building a mechanism that's like a little seated inside the bumpers as opposed to like a really wide elevator or something.
Yes.
Just so you're not clipping them.
okay, so deep. Where does deep sit? You have to get off the ground completely, but it guarantees the RP.
It is
It guarantees the RP.
It's on the door. We have sticky notes.
I don't think it's super required either. We just have to toss it over here with net shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot more points.
That's
If
a
a team
beep.
can figure out how to
Beep.
do it, it's
Doesn't
almost
say
a
beep.
guaranteed RP.
Mhm.
We don't have the time to do that though.
Yeah.
Adam,
My
your
only thought that
team-
makes the net shot easier is if you could get it to where you put your bumper up against this, and it's just an angled shot to go up there.
That is, it's
It is.
Huh?
Adam, the D is backwards in deep, so it says beep.
Ah!
Beep climb.
Also, what were you saying is the like numbers of people that need to be hanging for the RP like?
All right, so
This is the new trap.
reiterating this breakdown for the RP for the climbs now that we're talking about it and valuing it. So parking is 2 points. Shallow climb, 6 points. I don't have enough fingers.
Yep.
Deep climb is 12 points. So for you to get the ranking point using one person deep climbing, you also need just a person parked. That's it. Don't even have to worry about a third bot. If you have 2 people shallow climbing, though, it's the same point value as a person deep climbing. So you can just have another bot parked. And it's 2 bots shallow, 1 bot parked as your ranking point as well.
So you're saying if one of your bots is deactivated, if one of them can't deep climb, you're not getting that ranking point.
No.
Yeah, that's the one problem is that yes, it's a low priority in most normal matches, but if you have a lower resource bot that can't climb or is having issues climbing, then you have to be able to deep climb to get the RP.
Well, so there's 2 other robots. If you have 2 bots that can't climb at all, you have to be able to deep climb to get the RP.
You pick your own staging of the cages, or does the opponent pick?
The
No, you
alliance
pick.
pick your you pick your own staging.
There's no reason we wouldn't just put it close.
Yeah.
Okay, so with this stuff in mind, we have ranked our climbs, we have ranked our scoring locations, our drivetrain. Is there anything people feel like we're leaving out?
Yes.
Nope. Okay, cool.
You don't really need 3 shallows unless, I mean, if none of your bots can do it deep, no point in having one sitting down there to hit.
Well, that was the human
I
player.
guess.
It went somewhere human player. Not super helpful, but fairly easy.
If we can ground it.
But I mean, like.
Oh, hey, ooh, big thing of thought. what height does the human player drop? Because if it's about the same height, you drop it and then you drive, and it's easier because it's the same height as what you're trying to score
I would
onto.
assume that's how the kickball
Yeah,
works.
that's how the kickball works. It's just so.
That's how that works every year.
I saw it 30 seconds, so I was hoping somebody would check it to see if they can reach more than just
It's
low.
literally just a bunch of squishy
Cool.
balls that sucks in, sucks out. See?
I'm gonna try and
Bottom
find
of
like
the
a cat or
opening
something
is
on the kit.
3 foot 1.5 inches from
Or
the carpet.
3 foot 1.5, and the other things.
5-degree slope tunnel.
And that opening is 7 inches.
So it's okay, but it's a little over 3 feet, and it goes down to 1 foot. Is what the level 1 on? What is level 2 at? What is level 2 at for the reef?
You're asking me about the reef? I thought you were asking about the
I'm asking
No.
about both. I'm saying if you pick it up at 3 feet at the bottom, do you take it over and drop it at 2.5 feet to where you don't have to move up or down? You just have to move it, let gravity do the job.
Level 2 is 2 feet 8 inches from the carpet. Level 3 is 4 feet.
So here's the thing. I think we bunched 2 and 3 together because the angle changes. I think we should bunch 1 and 2 together because 1 and 2 you can drop straight into. You can't drop straight into 3 picking up from human player.
Technically, you could also do the same orientation for 1 as 2 and 3 because you can see the video. They did just some bots did just shoot it in. And it was still sideways.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
have to be.
The trough is big enough that it doesn't have to sit like this. It can sit like this.
Okay, so as I'm saying is 1 and
Stack them too.
They can
You
be
could
all
have
the
a
same.
pyramid.
okay, well I'm saying 1 and 2 can be scored the same way. 2 and
Yes.
3 require different. Now there's a challenge
No, 1, 2,
because you can't let gravity do it. You have to get above and drop down into it.
Yes.
I found the kit bot tab, by the way, if we need it.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
Do we feel like this is the gist? Do we want to look at game pieces, or do we feel like there's other important things to talk about?
I think we're good.
I think we've
Okay.
hit most of them.
Is it easy to see this table, Daniel? It's out of the shot. Do you mind if I move, or you got it? Okay.
You want the table in the shop?
I would appreciate it so we can show these real quick. And then probably record this for the YouTube.
It probably also would be
Stack it on
helpful
top.
at some point to
Yeah,
go
that's what
through
the starting
all of the
position is.
scoring options as
Don't
one.
you just love it?
This is the equivalent of upside down cones.
It is.
ball.
Adam, at some point do we want to just make a clip of where we go through now the fully realized versions of all the scoring and how it all works?
Yeah, we'll go over it once. Once you guys are kind of sent the prototype, I'll re-record it real quick to just get it done. Dude, I love yoga balls so much.
Okay.
This is dodgeball got a lot more dangerous in the shop now. We're not using cargo. We're not using fuel. We're just
chucking those.
We
yeah.
gotta play kickball on Monday. We should.
Oh my God,
my
we're playing
goodness,
kickball.
We're playing kickball.
It's
a kickball.
If I break the ball, there should not go to the robot. Kaya, this is like a big kickball. Like
it's pretty hefty. I've messed with it.
see, it's not that bad. Simeon catch. Huh?
Or I have to get them back to Eric. I don't know if they're going to the team afterwards or if Eric's just taking them back to Andy Mark or
I'm
what.
pretty sure they're from Andy Mark.
Yeah, they are from Andy Mark, but I don't know if they just stay at Andy Mark for like a demo thing or what.
I don't know.
Hey,
He
if
just
they break,
said he needs them
Adam will
back.
pay for them.
I already did. I bought one of these. I'm so pumped. I'm so happy I bought a kickball.
Harrison bought 20 of them. That's the pack that they sell them in.
No, they sell them in packs of 1, or they sell a full field plus 2 extras.
What?
That's 20.
Yeah. You could buy like 5.
Yeah, you buy like
A
full.
field
Yeah.
plus 2 extras is 14.
Well, the reason Harrison.
No, it's 18.
No, it's 18's a full field.
There's 9 per side.
Yeah.
Daniel, tell me
but
when
the issue
you're
is that.
when you're good. Are you good? Can I see the table and whatnot now? Are you good to record?
But yeah, Harrison. The issue was.
Yeah, we're gonna show off the game pieces.
Westside bought a full field. McCutcheon bought a full field. We don't have contacted Jeff to try and split one with them, so we just.
Yeah, does somebody want to come up here and hand the cage and the
Because
reef?
it was a better deal than buying 10 individually, and then it's easier to ship.
Yeah, we'll just we'll
Plus, it
bump
even
the
has spares if you
we'll dump
take
this to
some,
the
I guess.
YouTube when we're done.
It smells good, but it like tastes like battery acid. Holy,
Okay.
Yeah, that's just steel.
it's just purple steel.
Coral
Okay.
is PVC.
Daniel, tell me when you're good.
Do you want another mic up there? Since
Yeah.
we got half the team up there.
So, why don't one of you hold the mic while the other talks, type of thing? If you want to talk about the respective elements, rough, whatever. John, you hold it first. We'll go over the reef because that's the scoring. We'll go over endgame last.
Am I just gonna be like a?
No, I'm saying John hold the mic for Simeon, and then Simeon hold the mic for John.
There's different setup I need to do for the work.
Just whatever, huh? I don't know. Do you want to just talk about the piece, or do you want me to talk about the piece?
You talk. We'll hold.
I'll talk. Okay. So then we don't need the mic because I'm already wearing one.
Yeah. Okay.
There.
I think they bolt something to it, but I'm not sure what they're bolting to it.
Yeah.
I play the choral.
Yeah, what instrument do you guys play? I play the 2025 FRC scoring.
I found a field pad too, if we need it.
You don't need to be all that precise with that. Like that's.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
That's
there's a
decent
pretty.
amount of.
Could you theoretically just like hold that vertical and just drop it like corner on?
Well,
Yeah, like that. You just drop it like that.
But so if you come in kind of fast, and
So you don't need
to.
to. You don't
Okay.
need.
I'm so sorry. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Is this still being streamed?
Are you okay, Sid? I'm not known for.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that.
These
These are the conditions we work in.
This is our president.
Adam goes, yeah, you could just drop it, but if you're coming in really fast, and then he just rockets it into my stomach.
Oh.
I'm sorry, man. You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You want to rocket it since you got a little more precision? As John stands right behind it once again.
Yeah, so what, you're like, I assume you were going to want to come in.
Yeah, where I'm like, if you hit the top and you just kind of drop it, does it just go?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. I mean,
How would that actually work?
it requires.
That's a little more kind of what I was estimating.
Up and letting it fall onto the top.
I mean, but you
All
don't
right.
need as sharp of an angle.
Are you good?
That's what I'm trying to
Can you just put it to the one cam and we'll record it from the live stream, man? Okay, let's try and be a little bit more careful than that.
Yeah, my bad.
He got it clipped.
You got it?
We're going to get a bunch of oh-nos. You good? Okay.
I sure hope my teammate watches.
Danny, so we're good? Okay, cool. He said, wait. Okay, good. Okay. Welcome. My name is Adam. I am working here with Ri3D at Purdue, and we are showing off the official game elements. So first off, we have the algae. This is a roughly 16-inch yoga ball. It's pretty hefty. It's got a little bit of squish to it. Obviously, it bounces. It's a ball. It's going to be a unique game object. I would say this is I think it's going to play a little similar to the other lightweight game objects, such as the cube in 2023. But at the same time, it's a ball, so it's going to roll. It's going to kind of fight you to pick up. You're going to need a really good intake to actually intake and keep a good hold of it.
Very similar to 2022.
Yes. Okay, next we have the corals. Somebody have the exact measurement, I don't remember, but it's a PVC pipe. It scores on the reef. You have to pick them all up from your 2 loading stations, the coral stations, and it just kind of scores on the reef, which we have right here. Okay, so reef. Big tube. There's a lower level down here. We don't have this quite on the platform. It should be about a foot taller. We'll get another video out once we get the final kind of assembly of it. But it scores in 4 spots. It scores down here on the level 1, level 2, level 3, and if you can get all the way up there, and this finishes about 6-ish feet tall, level 4. The respective points for that is level 1 is 2 points, 3 for level 2, 4 points for level 3, and 5 points for level 5 for teleop scores.
The coral is 11 7/8 of an inch long.
Okay, so just under a foot. Lastly, John, you want to show us? We have the cage. Now, this is your standard kind of climb thing for FRC. The big kind of difference for this is it hangs at about 2.5 feet. Rhett, give me a measurement.
For what?
Shallow climb.
It was like 2.5 inches. It was 30 inches, I remember that.
30 inches, okay, about 30 inches off the ground, which is about the height of it sitting on this table. Big thing is with it dangling off the chain, it's going to kind of lean with you. There's not a whole lot to grab onto. The one thing that does kind of help you out is there's this hole in the bottom you can maybe hook into, but there's really not a whole lot of places to hold it. Now, if we were to put it to the deep height, that is, if you want to show them, that is off the table. So you have 3 inches between the floor and the bottom of the cage for the deep height. Means you have to winch your robot high off of the ground, touching the ground at all, no climb. The deep is going to be very, very hard to achieve. I think it's going to take a lot of unique climb systems. You're not going to get away with a climber in a box or something similar for that climb where you could for maybe a shallow climb. Now the points for that, we've got them listed. A deep climb is worth 12 points, a shallow is worth 6, and a parking in the same kind of zone, the barge zone, is worth 2. You need a total of 14 points for the climb RP, which is known as the barge RP. So you need a deep climb and a park, 2 shallow climbs and a park, or you're not going to be able to reach the RP unless you have a deep and a shallow climb, for example. It's going to be very interesting to see how teams try and get those RP, and it's going to require a lot more. Why no fun?
Why not top?
Why not top? Ah! Fair point. Good point, Aaron. You cannot touch the top of this. You're not allowed to hook onto the plate up that is up here, the chain, the barge above. You can only touch basically this down. So these tubes, that little bottom platform. It's going to be very interesting to see how climbs work and to see how teams have to work together. Because while you can more or less solo the RP, if you get a deep climb and your teammate gets just a park, It's very hard, and I think it's going to require a lot of attention to specifically get that deep climb. Other than that, I think that is our two main game elements, with the algae and then where'd the pipe go? The coral. Then we have, you know, our lovely little purple reef that you score the coral on and take some of the algae out of. And finally, you end your match climbing on a cage. Massive thank you for Andy Mark for donating all of this to let us borrow and play with the official game elements and have some official field pieces. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. The inside of the pipe. Oh, up here? Well, they're covered. Yeah, here?
I was gonna say.
Yeah, because it's covered by a plate.
Foot pump is up.
There's a plate here. The anchor.
This is the plate.
That's the plate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? I believe you, but now I kind of just want to see a picture to know what.
Also, please let me know like a bit more ahead of time when you want to record.
All right.
It does take some.
Will do. Oh, there's not a plate. Wow. Okay, yeah, so you can't. I kept hearing plate, and I didn't realize you guys meant the top.
Did we also get a thing to hang it from? Or?
We'll figure it out. Okay. Okay. So, I feel like we lost some people, but I could be wrong.
I think they're just spread out a little more.
Okay. Let's lock in for like a little bit longer. Brainstorm time. Brainstorm time. Brainstorm.
Together somewhere else.
Yes, because we're brainstorming, right? Okay, so we are done Monday afternoon. That means from where we sit at, guys, we're brainstorming. We can assemble the field later, but we got to kind of figure out robot designs as a team before we start, you know, doing other things.
Quieter.
Do you want the brainstorm like whole thing recorded?
Sure, go for it. I don't have a preference. All this on the live stream, we can steal stuff from it later. Okay, so looking at this, we said shallow climb is very important. Reaching L2 and 3 is very important. Moving the coral, or picking up from the ground for the coral is helpful. Processing, decently valuable. Removing the algae from the reef is fairly valuable. We kind of said a lot of this stuff isn't necessarily super helpful. Pushing algae on the floor on its own instead of just scoring it, not great. Human player pickup, not necessarily super needed. Trying to shoot into the net directly or do a deep climb, not feasible or super, it's valuable. It's not feasible for what we have. Now, with this in mind, what are the things what are the things we actually want to do? So, I'll start, we'll switch to red to make it a little cleaner. We're going to want a drivetrain. What are our other goals that we want to hit?
I think the main thing is to decide whether we pretty much like, you know, whether coral and algae are two pretty much separate robots and which one we want to be, or if it's possible to try and do both. Because I don't, you know, it's 3 days. We probably shouldn't overshoot and try to do everything. We can prototype mechanisms for both, but we kind of have to decide which meta we want to go down the road of.
Of course, yeah, that's a good point. So we got to pick and choose what we do. But so do we think it's valuable to place coral at the different levels, or to do some coral, some algae, or do we think it's impossible to get a mechanism that does coral and algae? I will say this is about a foot. The algae is about 16 inches. Those are close-ish measurements, especially when you account for the fact that the algae will squish a little bit. So, insights. Y'all are all in engineering. Throw something at me. Go for it, John.
I think we ignore shooting the algae.
Okay.
So we only do partial of the algae and focus on trying to get it in the lower cutoff.
Okay, the processor thing or whatever? Okay, cool. Other things? Or mechanism ideas or anything. Just throw stuff. Go for it, Tommy.
There's something that we didn't really put down on the thing, but we might not focus on scoring algae, but maybe just a passive type of mechanism that can pull the algae out of the...
We did. Remove algae.
Okay, I think we should probably have that in there, because that's just, because you can't score without hitting them off.
Okay, so do we kind of agree we need to have something to knock the algae loose?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that could just be like our
claw
Climb.
mechanism that we just raise up and let it knock it out.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't need to be that fancy.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Or,
makes
yeah,
sense.
It could be like the climber.
Combining like having level 1 and level 2 as like a similar arm height. We were talking about how those can be basically from the same height. You can score those.
If we picked up from Human Player Station,
You could
yes.
score. You could have level 1 being a score where you miss the pole, and level 2 is just you align to the pole.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
To a degree, yeah.
If we wanted to have,
Where's the mic, by the way?
it's like back there.
Here.
Do we want it next to the squeaky pole?
I'll stop squeaking while I do that. So I mean, if we wanted to like have a mechanism that could accommodate for both and then optimize for one based on kind of what we find in our prototyping, that might be useful. So say we had something just like this shaped that would go and grab, for people that can't see me, it's literally, I'm just making like a C with both of my hands. But it's this shaped, and then it would go and grab the thing, and it would like lock around it or have rollers on the end or something. But then we could control it like this, or have a spring-loaded mechanism so that it could widen to accommodate the algae instead, or it could have like little thumbs at the back that open up to give a little more room, or to accommodate the smaller game piece. So we could do both, but still kind of optimize the function of the robot for one of the game pieces to kind of help us demonstrate both, but not get over ambitious.
Okay, so reiterating, kind of a squishy thing, so it kind of squish and lift or whatever we need to do with it to gain control, or kind of squish and pick up that way?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's an option. We could do like some sort of like claw or some sort of mechanism. John.
Building off of that, if we do that sort of like C-shaped claw, if the coral is on its side, that length is pretty similar, and that's a claw could pick up, without even changing the dimensions, we could pick up both of them.
Good point. Aaron, you had something?
I was just saying that obviously this is very much so an elevator game, big time, which is kind of tough for us. But the way I see it, either you could figure out an intake that can take, or I guess an end effector or something that can deal with both, or you could have two because the rules allow for 1.5 feet on either side. So you could have one side that's designed for intaking the coral, and one that's meant for the algae, and utilizing the same elevator system that's in the middle of the robot. And then you would be able to have, because you can have one of each, that would allow you to have one of each at a time, and you could better specialize each intake for each game piece instead of trying to retroactively fit one that into another, because on its side the coral is not even close to the same dimensions as the algae.
Yes. Okay. So, with that in mind, I think you got good points on how we could control it, things like that. The other thing I noticed, as you're kind of suggesting, level 4 kind of stays out for us. I think it's a reasonable thing to say, especially because we don't have an elevator and we kind of need to do some weird arm things, especially with the starting config. Do we kind of think we avoid L4? Do we think that's a worthy thing for us to aim for?
Don't aim for it, but if it can somehow work into what we're doing, don't.
We would have to design around it.
Because we got to cut off like a foot or two of trying to reach at that point if we don't go for L4.
I think for us, we should absolutely stay away from L4.
'Kay.
It's a different angle. It's much higher. It's just an entirely different animal than L1, 2, or 3.
Okay, is that kind of the general consensus? Let's stay away from L4?
Yeah.
Okay, L4 is off the board. We'll go deep. Do we even need to discuss this?
No.
It's gone. Not helpful to us. Okay. Shallow climb. Now, I think this is a little bit harder because of how low it is to the ground, but I don't necessarily think it's super different than last year. I think you could possibly get away with just a climber on a box. We might want to go out and prototype, but do we think it's even worth it to pursue?
You could modify the hook so it kind of spans over the bottom instead of just being these little things, but yes.
Well, if we can get it to go into the hole in the bottom of
That
the
too.
thing,
Yeah.
it'll
I
hook
think we
there.
could make a pretty competent robot without doing the most extreme of the things that probably the kind of the world-class teams are going to be really good at or whatever, or they might just become obsolete depending on how it plays out. But I think not doing L4 and being able to do shallow make a decently competent, demonstratable robot without going over the moon or whatever.
Gotcha, yeah. Aaron, you have something to add?
for the shallowed climb, I think that we could absolutely use a climber in a box. Maybe not that one. We might have to modify or use a 3-stage or whatever, because the 2-stage just might not compact low enough. But what we could do is, instead of having the hook that's on there, that I think is probably from essentially modified from 2022, you could do like a flat plate and then have it bend around so that you go past, come back in to grab both from the top and the bottom of the lower plate. That's the one that you can actually use, and then pull yourself up, so you're not just trying to like, I feel like that would be easier, but maybe that's getting too nitty gritty right now.
Okay. So we're going to say going for shallow.
Not
Now,
necessarily.
here's where you start to get, and a little bit, I can see the other way. I think we got to control algae somehow, even if it's just kind of pushing it in a controlled manner. We say we pursue that, controlling it in some way.
Just a passive thing like arms that drop down from the side of the robot.
Sure, some way that we move the algae where we want to go.
I would say you could even do just literally a tube, and then you spin around. And if you can get it at a correct height, because the algae goes on L3 and L2, so maybe you have 2 of them. So if you spin around, you can literally knock the ball off.
Oh, removing algae. Yep. Okay.
Oh, we're talking about controlling, not removing.
Yes.
Like something like around the field. Something like
I missed that. Sorry.
I guess I think
Okay.
it was the Rust from Charged Up had their like guiding arms that dropped down, or was that Caramel? One two had guiding arms that dropped down when they were picking up pieces. You could just have something like that drop down from the robot.
That was thrust that they did for the solo.
Okay.
Single.
You could just do that drops down and corrals the ball, moving it around.
Just so we have something
Yeah.
to reference
Let me see if
Gotcha.
I find it.
Okay, yeah. Now, human player pickup. This has been very divisive. The thing is I think having a human player and a ground pickup for Coral is a lot of chaos for us to add mechanism-wise. However, it automatically puts us at a height we can realistically drop to L2 or L1. That makes it very feasible. That makes it very easy. But that's also kind of what the kitbot does.
I think we don't focus on it. I think that is more feasible, that it might just come up that we can do that with whatever we design.
Mhm.
And then if we see it and it's like not that much work to add it on, then we can add it on later.
Okay.
I don't think we should focus on it explicitly.
Okay, I'm going to give it a single line through of like, we're not pursuing it, but if it happens, it happens. That's how most things go. Processor. That's 6 points, and it helps get a co-op, which means it's easier to get an RP, and we can avoid L4, a thing we already said we're not pursuing. Valuable?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. L2 and L3. I think we can get L2 pretty easy. L3 gets a little trickier because now it's above our starting configuration. That means we have to have some sort of active mechanism to reach up to
You
it.
could have a 4-bar linkage. That
We,
just,
yeah, we could have something.
I can
Yeah.
think of something simple to sketch out.
I don't think it's too hard, but it's now we have to plan for it. But we think it's achievable to get L2 and L3?
Yeah.
Okay. Ground picking up Coral. They're awkward, they spin a little. There's 2 vastly different orientations. But, well, we already said we don't want to do human player pickup for it. Ground pickup Coral.
I think we can do it.
And L1, we kind of just stumbles into it, I feel like. Plus, it helps for auto. And the auto RP. Okay. So, I feel like we need a new whiteboard, but also... All right, we're just going to write these up in a corner. Here,
Just take a picture.
picture for whiteboards. While you do that, I'm going to start writing in the corner.
Yeah.
Or no, you go. Take your picture, and then I'll start writing stuff.
Is everybody okay if I upload like the clips to Instagram and stuff?
Go for it.
Make sure you do the
Aaron,
one
do you
with,
have Aaron, do you have like a paper and pencil I could use?
Got it?
I'm
Thank
gonna
you.
do some little preliminary sketches of what I Which one's yours?
Okay, L1 plus L2 plus L3.
Well, it needs to fit between.
Processor. Remove algae. Okay. So, somebody verify before I start erasing stuff. Our robot needs to drive. Score in L1, L2, L3. Shallow. That's what I'm forgetting. Huh?
Did you take a picture yet?
Yeah, I believe Kaya came up and did that.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to score L1, L2, L3. We need to ground pick up coral and algae, score the processor, remove algae from the reef, get the shallow climb, and as always, drive. Am I missing anything that we are viewing as a goal for this robot? Okay. You're gonna get what? We're already awesome. I said that with yeah. Okay. There's that. We have our same kind of constraints in the corner. We don't have a max height. We run on one side of the field doesn't really affect us. We can only hold one of each game piece, but I believe we can hold one of each at a time if we so choose. We basically cannot have a bumper width. Our max extension outside of the robot is 18 inches, and our starting config has to be shorter than 42 inches. Max weight is 115. I don't think we're going to have to worry about that, really. But if we have to worry about it, we're going to start to worry about it.
Yeah.
Okay, go team. Okay. I just know how to move these things. So we can go and we can start prototyping. But right here, we can write them down, we can divvy up, we can tackle everything, and start to move forward as a team. Divide and conquer.
Okay.
Okay, so Kai mentioned a claw. We could use some sort of kind of claw mechanism. I assume it's kind of a Y, Kaya.
Yeah.
Right?
Better like a CU and some general something.
And maybe there's wheels on it to help like squish, or maybe they're passive to just kind of give some compliance, or maybe they're active to spin and pull it in.
Yeah.
One of the two.
You could either do like a spring on the inside of it. That would be a little more like accessible in terms of not having to use motor power and code and stuff. Or you could use a motor just actuate the claws. So either one, it kind of depends on where you're at.
Okay. So, and they kind of squeeze inwards to grab the game piece.
Yeah.
What else?
Like, what I was kind of thinking is having it like, kind of like similar to the...
Has some kind of similar that does what now?
Like, have it be similar to the claw, but have it be like more of a squishing motion where it's like kind of like the walls in a trash compactor moving together.
Okay.
And then you would also be able to use, it would be able to hold, or theoretically be able to do the algae reef, or sorry, the coral. And then you could also use it for the cage, and to grab onto the cage and then pull yourself up by it.
The issue with that is the linear motion is very difficult.
Yeah.
Versus rotational motion.
Okay, so you're saying kind of two separate walls and they squeeze inwards?
Yeah.
I get how that helps with this stuff. How does that help with the cage? That's my question.
Like, basically, you would go up to the cage, grab it like this, and then you'd be able to pull yourself up somehow.
Oh, so you try and squeeze the cage really, really
like, hug
hard?
the cage to death to hold on to it.
Huh. I think
I would rather just hook.
I think maybe it's like you're going to lose a lot of that pressure once you...
My big issue with all of this is like the whole touch it, own it philosophy. You do not get that with like a clamp or wrapper.
Right.
You do with, if you do a roller grabber, you often can. The nice thing is this is
You
hefty.
do a roller grabber, but if you do just a clamp, you...
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot of picking these up this way, especially because now you cover your way to score. You have to pick them this way, because otherwise you can't put it on the reef.
Unless you grab them from one end and.
Unless you grab in one, that could be a valid point. We could look into that, but
Or a drop down intake that somehow picks it up and it moves and it turns while... in the
That would be my guess, is that you could have a passive funnel in the intake or in the robot or something, so that you still can pick it up sideways, and then it'll funnel in the way you actually want it in your robot.
Like a scoring mechanism in a way that would kind of funnel it as long as you get it up to it. Like I'm thinking of a robot like some of the cone scoring bots from Charged Up. They had like a cone conveyor type of thing where they pushed the cone out and it just fell onto the bot.
Okay.
So if you were to have like a system like that it pushed the PVC pipe out and then it just sank onto the thing. As long as you got it to that orientation somewhere within the bot, you can use I think it's a double reverse forward bar linkage, which is a very common thing in FTC. And if you watch any robot from Cycle Rush, all of them used it.
Because it's would be probably better for resources for us for linear motion that is at multiple heights, because it'll go up to whatever height you need it to be, without being an elevator.
Okay, so we're going to draw this real quick to try it. So you're saying the robot goes and you have your kind of 2 bars, and so whatever you're scoring on for the reef, whatever, you kind of have this outside thing that stays at the same angle. So this
Yes.
pivots up and down to kind of get to different heights.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I think yeah.
They just like look up a recycle rush robot. All the way they lifted up the totes to push another one under them. All of them basically use a double reverse 4-bar linkage.
Gotcha. Yeah. You want to pass it up to John? John, you got something?
So back to picking up the coral, I'm ignoring the algae in this thought process, but if we do like just a single bar that goes through the end, and then have like a wheel at the top that rotates along the bar, can you kind of see what I'm thinking?
Rotates along the bar.
Kind of. So there's like a very thin gap between the bar and the wheel.
Are you thinking like bars?
Just
Yes.
yeah, visually.
So,
what do you mean?
bar goes in, the wheel sits up here and spins this way, so that way it pulls it up onto the bar. So that way,
Oh.
if it's sitting like this, we can have the bar tilted.
Okay.
And it will pick it up like that. And then we can just rotate, and even if we just pick it up at this angle, if we grab it, we can keep it at this angle and drop it onto the respective ones.
Diagram for all of us behind you.
Yeah. So we're saying so here it's a bar with a little wheel. Sorry. Go ahead. Explain it. Go for it.
So if it's sitting like this way, if we take like a bar, push it in this way, it'll pick it up, and then if we have a wheel spinning this way, it'll pull it up.
You don't actually need to
And
be
then-
that precise.
then-
You just need to get the bar into the
You just
hole.
need to drive. You just need to have a small enough bar that you can
Small
drive
enough
into
bar
it with
that you
enough
have
area.
enough clearance.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be.
Yeah,
it
and
wouldn't
you could
be
even
super
have
big.
like a, I'm gonna say like a swing weight.
Yeah.
You could have a spring
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
a torsion spring actually. That would be perfect. So you could actually have it snap in.
You could have multiple bars on the front of the robot with a little jousting. Yeah, you could have a rake with a bunch of
Roll catcher?
And it
Yeah.
would be, yeah.
So you could do that, but a rake of bars with wheels if you're worried about precision, and then just drive into it.
Mhm.
Drive
And
into
then
the-
at that angle, it would be at the perfect angle where we don't have to worry about maneuvering it at all. We just pick it up and we can slide it directly on.
So I'm gonna build off this. What if we did like 2 of those type of thing, but we put them with like a 16-inch gap in between. So that way we do a roller intake, and we have these 2 sides to that if we want to hook the PVC, and the middle is a roller intake to grab the algae.
And then we can
That would be cool.
bring it over to the processor and
Yes.
keep it in there.
Because in this way there's poles and then there's just wheels.
This is an interesting intake design.
Yeah,
Not quite what I was expecting, but-
It's not, but it feels possible. It feels like it could maybe work.
It does.
We
I
have
had-
materials to do that.
I had an
We
idea, but
have
it's
the
not gonna be as good as
technology.
that,
I was
so-
thinking about the metal pipe that we dropped
It's
last
really
night.
simple. Like we just have.
Wait, that actually,
So you
it
can't
would
get
work.
rid of
It
the
would
work
work.
bell.
It would.
Yeah, the
There's
dinner
a
bell.
There was a second section of pipe in there though.
It's like jank, but simple enough that it would
It's
actually.
really easy to get on.
We could render.
It's
like
not a
notification
terrible
pipe
idea.
or something.
Yeah, if we had like a rake, even if we had like maybe a. Well, how big is one side of the?
Because here's the other. I think
Then you kind of just got jaw.
a comparison. I think I read this in one of a team Slack, but I could be sure. If not, it still kind of holds a comparison. I think it's rack and roll. Is that the soccer game? You can only pick up the ball like or inside so far into your frame perimeter. So what that means is that maybe you don't necessarily need to. I don't think with a game like this, and especially if we're not planning to shoot, you don't necessarily have to index either of these pieces.
Yeah.
You have to maintain control, and for the algae, get it 7 inches off the ground, similar to a soccer ball, or similar to the whatever the power-up thing that you put the cubes in for like the low goal type thing. So that means you don't have to pick this up super well. You just have to be in control.
To simplify it even further, if we ignore the whole wheel and just have 2 poles
Mhm.
with a rotation in like this axis, we can go around the ball and move it in between those, and then once we get to the processor, we just tilt it up a little bit.
Mhm.
And then for these, we don't need the wheel if we can pick them up like that. We just need the poles to be long enough that it gets past the middle point.
So maybe we
Also,
could winch it.
It'll also allow us to knock the algae off the.
Yeah, that would also.
Oh
Yes.
yeah.
Oh, because now we just have these long poles to tip algae. Good point.
But that's even so much
That's
to
a good
not
use
being
for the
in your control.
Neo
Yeah.
550s, right?
We do just have a bunch of Neo 550s. Those would be good for this type of stuff.
Yeah.
I see what he means.
One
You
thing-
have to
Adam,
drive into
but that,
it
I think
from
that's
the
maybe
front.
way too much to not
There's not-
having any control.
There's
So
not
we're
much
kind of
control.
saying a possible scoop idea almost.
Well,
Yeah.
I like the whole idea of that is like, in an actual game, you'll be going so fast that you probably won't be able to line up.
Essentially, what he's saying is it's not touch it, own it enough because all of your forward, basically all of your scooping power, so to speak, is by your robot's velocity, right?
That's fair. I do
So-
think having the active rollers are a big thing to be helpful,
Correct.
but this has heft, and this isn't super. If it's sitting on a pole, it has to get off 8 inches or whatever, which means if you give it that slant, I'd kind of be curious to see how fast you can go and stop with this before you lose a
I'm
ball.
not worried about not holding onto it. I'm worried about picking it up.
Because you have to
Yes.
dive into it from one angle, but also how touch it, own it are we being concerned with? I mean, this part of this is being able to rapid prototype. We have literally like 3 days. It's a rapid, simple prototype that could be very effective and could get us, you know, some nice variations in terms of testing angles and stuff. So this might be really good for a lower resource team that can't necessarily achieve that touch it, own it philosophy and maybe need some guidance on just where in the world to start. So that's what we need to think about.
Talking about being a third bot.
Yeah.
I also think that if we're going from just the pipe to pipe plus roller, I feel like it would be easier to like we can. I'm not gonna say we can slap that on. Quite simply put, I think it would be. I think we're out in the weeds at this point.
Yeah.
If that's the general vibe that we're going with, we can start with the simpler design and then add on top of, you know, so you guys can rapidly prototype while other people are working up the suction roller bit thing.
Okay, so. Oh, go for it, Rhett.
I was just thinking of a way to quickly make it a roller activated bar rather than just one is just you have all your 2 bars come down off, they fold down obviously and are sitting like this, right? What if on either side, just to make it so that we have the design for teams that aren't able to put a roller out there, but we obviously still can and we want to, we just have a little plate that comes up here that goes all the way up to the front that leaves enough gap for a wheel to be out here and you just like pulley or chain drive the wheel out here based off a motor here that you just bolt a little plate onto.
Okay, yeah, so that could be an option. So you're just kind of saying keeping the motor inside, but putting a belt
the
out or
motor will
a
be
chain
up
out.
further back to where you actually mount it, so it's not mounting directly onto the pipe, but you still have the ability of putting the pipe there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, were you? I thought you were raising your hand.
I think these are good ideas. I just had like a slightly different idea. I think all these ideas are combining the coral and the algae, which I think is fine. But if we want to try something that does them separately, to score them into the processor, it's only 7 inches off the ground, right?
Yeah.
So we might not need like a whole arm or have it be a requirement for the end effector. I'm imagining if we have like 2 rollers that are powered and then they roll upwards, we can roll the ball up and into the processor without needing to like physically lift them off of the ground necessarily. And then that might give us more freedom with the end effector for the arms.
I totally agree. That's actually something that I was thinking about in my. God,
I'm just
that's
kind of
awful.
drawing out a little idea.
This is an awful attempt at drawing here, but whatever. Essentially, that was my idea: is having 2 separate end effectors and 2 different intakes because they may or may not be the same thing. So because you can have one of each, you can have both an algae and a coral at the same time, and so that may be good to be able to have both and to be able to have both. So I think that we might be better off trying to figure out one intake that is for the algae, one that's for the coral, and if we can combine them, great. If not, then okay.
Okay. Yeah.
And then we just assume that we can attach it to whatever linear actuation, height gaining, whatever thing that we're looking for. That basically everything will be revolving around.
Yeah, okay. I think it's a fair point, yeah. I think we could do 2 separate mechanisms if we so chose, but it's good to just keep the options out there. There's definitely different ideas. Go for it, John.
So I started transitioning to like how we would make our chassis based off this, and including like some sort of thing for climbing. So I was kind of thinking, what if we do like a U chassis and there's an actual gap in the middle?
We can't have a bumper gap.
Well, we can keep the bumper low, and still have like not a whole bunch of stuff in the middle.
Just a gap in the robot's general
Kinda.
structure.
That way you can like.
Because we're gonna have to store the ball somewhere.
So you're wanting to
Oh,
basically.
I
You
was.
don't ever have to intake the ball.
That's a good idea for the ball if we want to do that. But I was more thinking for like climbing, to keep
Okay.
all of the weight and have the actual climbing mechanism in like the center of the robot. That way we drive underneath the cage and our climber is near the back of the robot in the middle, and it just hooks on and
That
pulls
makes
up, and then we're like perfectly centered on that.
I mean, that'd be creative.
If we're a whole. Yeah, but how
Because like all of these.
I'd say that makes it much harder to work with anything if you're already designating a whole bunch of the robot to not do anything in.
Well, everything we're talking
Here's
about right now is pretty much one part on one side of the robot and one on the other side. So that leaves kind of a gap in the middle.
Well, here's a potential other thing I'm going to throw out as a. So this year, I think we saw a lot of teams that kind of winched with their scoring mechanism, or it was definitely an option. If we're already having this, which has to be low to the ground to pick up like this kind of 4-bar or whatever going up, maybe it's an option that we just add a hook down here, and so we gear this intensely, and it makes our scoring a little slower, but it means end of match, we just put that into the cage and we hook off of that, which has to go down towards the ground anyways. It's got to be pretty low.
Yeah.
That could work.
I fully agree.
I could see that with a double 4-bar type thing.
Especially if you want to pick up coral from the floor. I mean, the coral's what, 4 inches in diameter, 4.5, whatever. So you're already going to have something, call it 3.5 inches off the ground if this is on the ground. So I'm not going to say, and obviously not feasible for us, but feasible for maybe another team. If they want to try, expandability or whatever. If you've already got something that's this low to the ground, that's already going up and down, you could potentially, if you do stuff properly, you could get that for a deep climb as well, because you already have something that low, and that's up and down and is going to have a lot of torque to it.
Okay. Yeah. So at this point, I feel like, do people have other ideas they want to throw out as potential things that we look into? Do we feel like there's any up here that, as we've talked a little further, we're like, it's not worth it to kind of make? Let's save the time. Let's say this isn't a good idea, or a good idea for us. What do you want to shut down, Aaron? You want to shut down squishy thing?
Yeah.
Why do you want to shut down squishy thing?
Linear actuation is just really difficult, especially since we're not going to be able to get any kind of
We don't have any pneumatics or rack and pinions, yeah.
Exactly. Simply put, I don't trust 3D printed rack and pinions. That's going to be a bad idea. So I think trying to get linear actuation out of the motors and time that we have, it's not going to be feasible.
Okay. Does anybody oppose that? No? Okay. So why don't we say, it maybe has a place, especially if you're using pneumatics or something, it would be really nice. But as a team that's not using pneumatics, it doesn't really benefit us. How about the rest of these? Any other ones that we think we want to add or we want to take away? Okay, I'll add one. 2187, I want to say, Las Pumas. 2197, my bad. 2197 Las Pumas. In 2023, they did this thing. They just delivered cones for the most part, 2 teams, but it was just this kind of up, towards the max starting height or whatever, and it was just a one big arm. It's much easier mechanically, and it kind of gives us an angle to drop down onto the reef to try and get that same angle, but we get much less control. I don't know if it's worth to pursue over this, but the nice thing is why is that so much more rectangular?
Las Puma was the lowest starting height they could be. They were the shortest spot in Indiana.
They ended up rolling end over end, going over the charge station.
I remember they did that, but I thought they were a little
They could not
taller.
score anything except for the ground.
All right, but with we could build it a little higher, but then we kind of just have this, that's a sprocket. And so then we have, an arm that can just reach out, whatever, and score the game piece that way.
Yeah, that's called a pink arm.
Pink arm? No, a pink arm has a telescope. We don't have a telescope.
Okay.
We have a big swivel thing.
Sure.
It's a non-telescopic.
Yes. So this just swivels, so it picks up, and then it literally just chink.
But in order to both start and go out of frame, it has to get longer at some point.
Unless you just start it straight up.
But then you can't go higher
That's a
than
good point.
L2.
Yeah,
L3,
you're right.
Theoretically, you could have it set up, sprocket here, arm here, and then it swings up,
Mhm.
has a higher, so you might be able to work it so that you can get like L2, but I don't think you're gonna be able to get L3.
I don't.
Yeah,
I think
that
it'd be well. The thing is you put it towards the front of your robot, and that gives it the full 3 feet to extend around, and now you get like as much. You get a lot more vertical.
That means
That's
you have to
true.
actually put the bar either further apart, away from the thing to score into the lower one, because it would need to go down more.
Why would you need to go down more? To go for the low goal?
No, to pick up.
Yeah.
Because it has to
You
go
need to
out of
pick up
frame perimeter.
as far out of the
That's fair.
frame.
That makes it a lot harder to do. I think that would make it a lot harder to do ground pickup, but I think it would give us a simpler
Geometrically,
mechanism.
I don't see a way that it would fit for L3.
It's
Maybe
a nightmare
L1 and
without a
L2.
telescope.
Well, the nice thing when they go into
Especially
L3
with
is it.
virtual
We'd have to like cat it out.
4-bar.
Yeah, we have to cat it out.
4-bar, you could probably make it work, but I don't think so for L3 or L4.
That's right. Probably not L4. We have math. Okay. Do we want to wheel out? Do we want to roll out anything else? Like it's not worth it to look at math or to prototype and see how game pieces interact with it. Okay. So I feel like these two are very similar because it's just whether or not it just kind of scoops or whether or not there's a live axle to kind of help bring in and hold the game pieces. For the HB team, roller claws, very classic FRC kind of tool, but every game piece is different. Do we feel like that really connects to any other?
That could have been bad.
Dramatic per usual. I don't feel like that connects to anything, so we can have a team.
Oh.
And then
Oh, there we go.
it's really going for it.
It is trying to disable.
Okay, and then these, I mean, concept-wise, we know how they work. It's just kind of a way to reach different things. What are you trying to show? I can't see what that is.
Yeah, just go ahead and show him. Don't
But
fall.
concept-wise, they're very similar. I feel like that's more of a math thing than it is a do we pursue it. So it's looking at the math.
That type of thing.
Okay. What's up, Kaya? You're talking smack on something. Go for it.
What?
Go for it, Kaya. What were you gonna
No,
say?
I was just pretending to sing into the mic.
Oh.
Being
I
dorky.
so thought that she was going to give the hottest take ever. Like, I was so waiting for the, actually, we should do a hooded shooter.
Hooded shooter doesn't fit this game, Aaron.
I mean, there is a shooting mechanism.
Give me. By Monday, I'll make a hot take. I'll say some wild claim, and we'll see if it lasts.
Hooded net shooter.
Huh?
Hooded net shooter.
That's the new meta.
What was that?
Technically, you could shoot coral if you wanted to.
Is 2014 the big yoga ball game? You just scale it
Yeah.
down a little bit and you
For
replay
those-
the same year?
Yeah.
For those of you in the audience that can't see us, I'm sorry.
No, no. You
Like
better
we're
be
over here,
happy.
like, oh yeah, this
we're right
mechanism,
there.
it looks like this, and then
You've been on camera the whole time.
Camera facing us.
Yeah, but like there were times when we were like up, like over there or up talking up there, and they're just like
You could see it. You
Yeah.
can see most of it.
most of it, yeah.
Okay. I feel like we can divvy up into 3 main teams. Oh. We're going to have a 4, which is
Field.
Oh, get that done.
Swerve.
we have 5 teams. I'm not drawing it. We just have field.
Field doesn't get it.
Okay. There is 12 of us, give or take. So with that in mind, Daniel, it's going to infinite. We're going to turn this a little bit. Okay. But we got kind of 5 main teams. Rolling intake thing,
Yeah.
claw type thing, just double checking the math, running that stuff through CAD to see kind of how it interacts. Maybe we can start to make that. We have to finish our chassis. Swerve, shout out to Penn. Thank you for the modules. We're really excited to use those and see how it works, especially with like how much of a game this is maneuverability. Everybody on Chief for months has been saying, how are they going to make an anti-swerve game? Is it anti-swerve? Will there be stuff on the field? And this time they got rid of the cable bumps even. Like, we have not had a more swerve-friendly field
Oh, that's true.
in
there's no
FRC
cable
history.
Is everything? Is
Except maybe
everything in
Maze
the middle of
Craze.
the field
It's all
manually
metal.
scored?
It's all metal.
It's all, yeah, it's manually scored because nothing.
There's literally only one thing that actually has a sensor to it, and it's
I thought about that, but I didn't actually
Processor.
think about it
processor.
yet.
Yeah, the processor.
That's literally the only thing.
She didn't.
So,
Everything else is manual.
so for everybody on Chief that was like, anti-swerve game? Nope. First said swerve game. Yeah, first said swerve game. So thank you to Penn Robotics for giving us those modules. We're super happy to borrow them to hopefully get a more capable robot maneuverability-wise. Last, we have to make the field elements to scale, so they sit at the right height, things like that. We just kind of go around the room, tackle things. John, what do you want to work on? What does pipe mean?
The
I think that's
the
number
rake.
one.
This thingy?
Yeah.
Okay, Red and John.
Flying Taco 10 on in the stream chat said we've never had a more friendly field in general ever.
Yeah.
I mean, 2015 was so friendly we didn't have bumpers.
It's true.
Anyways, I'll be resigning. That was my hot take. There you go, Aaron. Matthew?
Aaron is not satisfied with that hot take.
Rake thing? Okay.
The number one picture that shows up doesn't have wheels.
Simeon?
Oh no, they do have wheels.
They're just little.
Okay. I'll tell you Rhett?
I mean, I wanted to help with rake. I guess I can work on swerves more.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Aaron?
4-bar height gain, big high. Go big high.
Math stuff. Kaya?
I will probably also work on that because it's, kind of, you could do a lot of different CAD things with it just to make sure it works math-wise.
Yeah.
Tommy?
I'll probably go with that too, just respect the rest of it.
Okay.
Oh, nobody likes the claw grippy.
I mean, I can do the field.
Field? All right. You got the field for us.
Again.
I can
You made it yourself this time.
Okay,
Yay!
but I don't have to go.
Luke, what are you thinking? Swerve, you help with swerve?
It's pretty laid out.
And other John?
I'm definitely not going to be able to do the clothing by myself.
I can switch to the claw thing.
Yeah, I can CAD the robot swingy bits.
Yeah,
at least to start.
I'll switch to the claw thing.
All right.
Because we can switch around as things get built and just kind of see who needs to work where.
Yeah.
I'll probably walk around every once in a while and ask people what they're doing for documentation purposes.
I had so much fun. I think it's funny. I was going to put, other John. I just abbreviated it. I'm like, OJ.
Is there any two that would just
John.
somebody occasionally?
Oh, John.
Do what?
Huh? Is there a team that would just need somebody to occasionally work on something? So
Probably field.
Yeah.
Field could probably use help
Field would be pretty
occasionally,
much
but
just put this here. Assemble this.
But that would crash before I could break it.
Put me in.
thanks to the joys of that, someone's going to trip on it. These are iffy.
Steel pipe.
I just didn't want to linger it on something.
Let
it
tip and fall.
Yeah, we need the drop test.
We do not need a drop test. This is rental. No.
It's steel. It won't break it. I just want to hear it. Yeah, it's an instrument. It's got holes that makes it an instrument.
Here's your instrument, Aaron.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.